Good evening and welcome to Salem News Channel's special coverage of the assassination of Charlie Kirk, a beloved figure in this country. I'd like to start tonight. I'm Mike Gallagher, and our Salem News Channel studios will be joined in a moment by Jeff Vaughn, SNC contributor. We have an evening scheduled of special guests. We have a lot of memories, sights, sounds, images of this young man who did so much to impact the culture, this young man who single-handedly, it is believed, shaped the presidency. President Trump himself would acknowledge that Charlie Kirk and Turning Point USA, one of the most influential movements in America. Charlie, of course, was a Salem media fixture, and all of us at Salem News Channel and Salem Media are in a bit of a state of shock tonight as we mourn this extraordinary event. It was cold-blooded murder in front of thousands of horrified college students in Utah. It was a political assassination. There's no question about it. And it is something for which America will never forget. Allow me to read a statement from Salem Media and our president, David Santrella, who hours ago issued the following statement. It is with profound sorrow we mourn the tragic passing of Charlie Kirk following today's horrific assassination attack at Utah Valley University. This was a cowardly and vile act of violence carried out to silence one of America's boldest Christian conservative voices. Our hearts are shattered for Charlie's wife, family, friends, colleagues, and the countless people whose lives he touched through his words, his work, and his unwavering commitment to faith and country. Charlie was more than a broadcaster. He was a fearless defender of truth and a faithful servant of God. This assassination was not just an attack on Charlie, it was an attack on free speech and on the values Charlie championed every day. His absence leaves a tremendous void, but his legacy of faith, courage, and conviction will continue to inspire generations. Mr. Santrella's statement goes on to say, Charlie's partnership with Salem Media was defined by his uncompromising defense of biblical values, liberty, and truth. He epitomized Salem's mission to impact lives and communities by amplifying truth, faith, and self-governance through media. We are blessed to have worked with such a man as Charlie and to have watched him grow into the legacy he became. Salem Media extends its most heartfelt condolences to the Kirk family, Charlie's friends, and the millions of Americans and people across the world who are grieving this senseless loss. Those are the words of Dave Santrella, our president, CEO. I want to bring into our conversation tonight Jeff Vaughn, who's an SNC contributor who joins us live from Los Angeles. Jeff, it's been said on social media tonight quite often that today 1 million new Charlie Kirks were created. Do you share that sentiment, my friend?
I do, my friend, and I worry on the drive here today. I was thinking, Mike, about who's going to take Charlie's place. And for a time there I was worried about that because, I mean, he is irreplaceable. And there will be nobody like Charlie Kirk. But there will be somebody that will take his place and take the mantle and continue the conservative values, the values that he holds, being a Christian and a family man, holding debate, wanting to follow those values of a Christian life. He often said his most important thing in his world was to get married and to have kids, and he was on his way with 2 kids, and that's makes it all the more sad to understand that he left behind a wife, a beautiful wife, Erica, and his 2 beautiful daughters. And but to your point, Mike, this is the Rubicon, and they crossed it. And I think it's going to galvanize a lot of young people on the right. You know, you mentioned how important he was to the Trump campaign, not only in this last go-around, but back in 2016. And certainly this last time for the re-election of President Trump, he can look to Charlie Kirk and how he motivated young people, because we know that Trump brought more young people to the polls than ever before. And that's a pretty big deal when it comes to conservative values. And Charlie Kirk was in there mixing it up with those young people every day and changing minds, and especially with young men, and changing their values. And there will be somebody that will rise up, and more people, to your point, Mike, will follow as a result of this. That's maybe the one thing that's maybe the one good thing that'll come from this. If you have to, and I think it's too early to think about good things, because this just happened, and I'm stunned as you are. But I think that is the one thing that we could look forward to.
And Jeff, you're right. Family was everything. And just a quick minor correction, Charlie leaves behind a boy and a girl, two young children, a daughter born in 2022, a son born in May of 2024. So you have a 1- and 3-year-old pair of children who are going to grow up without their beloved father. Of course, we're grieving for Erica, his beautiful and talented and effervescent wife. We're grieving for his parents. Charlie was an only child. And his mom and dad, I am told, are of course headed to Utah to be reunited with their son, who was so brutally shot today. It's a lot of ugliness out there, and my inclination as the longtime host of a show on this network and in this platform is to try to avoid as much of the ugliness tonight as possible. We're going to unfold a lot of this tonight. MSNBC was forced to issue an apology for the reprehensible comments of one Matthew Dowd, who went way over the top. We'll tackle all of that as well. And as the evening unfolds, Jeff, we're going to talk to a lot of Salem News Channel personalities and Salem Radio Network personalities as well. Chris DeGaulle, who has become just a wildly popular morning host. We had a little bit of a lineup change last year when Hugh Hewitt, who was the longtime morning host on Salem, moved to afternoons to replace Dr. Sebastian Gorka, who, of course, took a position as deputy to the president and counterterrorism in the Trump administration. So Hugh moved to afternoons. Chris DeGaulle from Philly and Kansas City moved into the network morning show, and you see him every morning here on Salem News Channel right before my show at 9 a.m. So Chris joins you every morning from 6 to 9 a.m. Later this hour, we're going to talk to a beloved talk show host in the Dallas-Fort Worth area and a very dear friend of mine, Mark Davis. It's going to be very hard for me because this is an emotional night, Jeff, for all of us at Salem. And Mark is a dear friend of mine. But right now, we need friends. We need family. We need to be together during this awful, awful time. Carl Jackson will join us later tonight. He's a Christian, a conservative, host of the Carl Jackson Show, seen often on Salem News Channel. And we just have a lot of special guests tonight. SNC in LA, I wonder if you've got these cuts. I'd like to play, if we could, cut number 1. This is the governor of Utah, Governor Spencer J. Cox. There have been a lot of interesting moments from politicians and even sports figures as well. In fact, the New York Yankees paid a moment of silence before the game tonight. The New York Yankees, with a giant image of Charlie on the big screen, a classy move by the New York Yankees organization in New York City, of all places. Laura Trump also reacting to the devastating news. She was on earlier tonight. So we got a lot of things we'll share with you as the night goes on. But look, at this point in the game, Jeff, as we just sort of take a big, deep breath, I wonder if you appreciate how I'm sort of feeling about trying to avoid some of the ugly, vile, nasty rhetoric that came from people who hated Charlie and his message. It almost feels like the wrong time to do that tonight. Or should we plunge ahead and let our viewers see how bad these people can be? What do you think?
I think we're owed that at this point in time, Mike. I think we owe it to the audience. I have a quote that I like to bring up from time to time. I think it applies here. And that is, strong men are offended by a lie. Weak men are offended by the truth. And that's what Charlie was bringing. He was bringing truth and freedom. And there are people that hate that. There are evil people that don't want to hear that. And that's what happened today. So I'm fine with that, Mike. I do have some breaking news on the other side of this commercial break we can get to, some of which is kind of local you might be interested in. But yes, I think we owe it to our audience to tell it like it is.
We'll also talk to our friend and colleague Chris DeGaulle. Stay with us. I'm Mike Gallagher along with Jeff Vaughn, Salem News. I'm Mike Gallagher for Salem News Channel, along with Jeff Vaughn. We're about to be joined by our morning host, Chris DeGaulle. Jeff, you said that going into the break, you had some breaking news that you wanted to share with our audience.
Yeah, you know, Charlie Kirk, host of Salem Radio, founder of the Turning Point USA, was assassinated while offering debate what he called the American comeback tour at Utah Valley University today. And initially, Mike, you might remember there was an older gentleman that was detained. That person was released. And then during that press conference that you mentioned earlier, they announced that they had a person of interest that they had detained. Kash Patel, the FBI director, has been very, very upfront and tweeting out the latest on this case. Obviously, the FBI is taking this investigation, and they're looking into this. They just about an hour ago said that that second person of interest that was detained has been interrogated and released. So there is currently, right now, Mike, a manhunt for the killer of Charlie Kirk. And a little bit of local flavor here. Ben Shapiro, we all know who Ben is, was slated to appear at the Reagan Library, which is in the Los Angeles area in Simi Valley, later tonight. That has been canceled. Now, we do not know if it's because of a threat of what happened earlier today or if it's in memory of Charlie Kirk. We don't have that information, but Ben Shapiro's event at the Reagan Library here in the Los Angeles metro area was canceled today, certainly because of its relationship and possible connection to what happened earlier today.
I got to know Chris DeGaulle pretty well a year or so ago on a listener cruise, a viewer cruise, the Patriots Alaska cruise. He's a veteran broadcaster. He's been morning host in Philly for many years, and now he's our morning show host here on Salem News Channel and heard on hundreds of Salem radio network stations across the country. Of course, I know him as a deep man of faith, a proud husband and father. And Chris, it's great to have you join us because we need each other right now. We need friends. We need family. We're having a hard time. All of us here at Salem Media are rocked by this horrific, shattering news. Let me just turn to you and get your take on this dark, dark day, what will undoubtedly go down as one of the most diabolical acts in American history.
I guess a bit of inside baseball or personal note of interest to those of us inside the Salem Media Group family. Maybe for those that don't know, our colleague Dennis Prager, who long occupied the midday slot on our network for a good number of years, after a traumatic accident that has still left him off of our air, Charlie Kirk, not too terribly long after, then stepped in the breach and became a new offering on our network. And I remember, not personally knowing Charlie, but I remember right away Charlie's priority was to get to Dennis, as I know it was for you, who are a longtime friend and colleague of Dennis's, to get to Dennis, be at his side, and encourage him and encourage his audience and the people who loved him that Dennis was fine in terms of his mental health, his spirit, that he was fighting to get back, and he wanted to make Dennis proud of the work that he would do in his stead. I'm struck today that Charlie, in the very same way, has exited the stage, if you will, as a happy warrior, as a smiling face, as a guy who went to work and fought the good fight, but never, ever lost his goodwill, exactly like our friend Dennis. And it's haunting in one way, but I would wish for myself, and I think I speak for a good number of us, if all of us are as capable or could be as capable, I'll just speak for myself. I wish, I pray, I hope that I could be half as smart and even a third of the goodwill, the regular goodwill and decorum and decency of men like Dennis Prager and Charlie Kirk. And I think that that's ultimately why so many people are so vicious toward men like them. They were so brilliant and effective in communicating, but with goodwill. They never harbored ill will or hatred. They never spoke a nasty word toward anyone. They just told the truth. They stood on biblical principles. I'm proud to work alongside men like those. They don't make many like them. It's an honor to work alongside both of them for the time that I've been able to. And I aspire, I hope, in some small way to continue that tradition here. That's the best I can offer.
And Jeff and Chris, it's hard to believe, again, with a little inside baseball in our world, Salem Media, we lost for the time being Dennis's voice when he had a tragic fall at home and suffered a catastrophic injury. And like you said, Charlie stepped up and, with Dennis's blessing, inherited Dennis's longtime time slot. And now we've lost Charlie Kirk. It's almost, again, from our company's perspective, we're all so numb It's this 1-2 punch of Dennis's accident and now this horrible murder. Jeff, you've been a broadcaster for a long time. I think you'd share Chris's perspective and mine that it's just unbelievable that this has happened to this company that means so much to all of us.
Yeah, and I have been in radio long enough, and I want to bring up somebody. You mentioned legends in broadcasting, of course, Dennis is, Charlie Kirk. But when I first started in radio, the legend of broadcasting then, and the man that brought all of the listeners to the station that I was working at in Wichita, Kansas, was Rush Limbaugh. And Rush Limbaugh, of course, has passed. But what I want to make a connection to related to that is, I remember working for a radio station that had Rush Limbaugh on the air. And we never had any threats. We never had to worry about security. We would go and do events. We actually had Rush come in for his Rush to Excellence tour on several occasions during my 8 years that I was there. There were never any sort of violence associated with any of his events.
Right.
So, gentlemen, now it's different, isn't it? I mean,
here we are.
We're really this has hit me. It's different now. This is different.
Right. And Chris, Charlie told me on more than one occasion how he grew up as a child in Chicago adoring Rush Limbaugh. Yeah. His mom and dad introduced Charlie to Rush. And Charlie was largely inspired to create Turning Point, I believe, due to the influence of somebody like Rush Limbaugh. Chris, make no mistake about it, Charlie was a radio guy. He loved the medium of radio.
Yeah, and damn it, he was 10 times more talented in one pinky than I'll ever be. You know, I have to say I admired him. I watched him all the time as a kid. He's a kid. He's a kid. He's 18, 19 years old, and he's got a presence you'd kill for after years and years and years of being in broadcasting. Charlie famously met Rush, I guess, back the first time maybe in 2018 or something like that. And Rush, yeah. I just saw a clip of him tonight telling a story about how make book on it. Rush said, this kid's going places. He's going to be big. I think he could very well be president of the United States someday. Rush was prescient always, and he saw in Charlie a rising star. And, of course, Charlie did go on to become one. And his ability to hold a crowd, I mean, guys, I have a 20-year-old and a 19-year-old son, and I've never seen them impacted this way. I don't quite know, and I can't put into words, and I don't want to oversell this because I'm not entirely sure of the context yet, but for kids my son's age, this could be one of those kind of historically impactful moments for the rest of their life. It could be.
You bet. And as we said when we started the hour, I have a strong feeling that 1 million new Charlie Kirks were created today. Chris DeGaulle, speaking of rising stars, we appreciate waking up with you every morning. I got a fine lead-in on the Salem News Channel and the Chris DeGaulle Show. God bless you, my friend. Jeff and I will continue our coverage of Charlie Kirk's assassination continues on Salem News Channel.
$7 million strong, unfiltered, unstoppable, unmatched. Mike Gallagher, the voice that America leans on.
We're absolutely entering into Crazyville.
Don't miss the Mike Gallagher Show. Mandatory, magnetic, Mike.
Do you suffer in pain? Are you stiff, tense, or less active than before? Introducing the EasyWell Remedy Massage System that combines the incredible effects of vibrational therapy, targeted deep tissue shiatsu massage, plus soothing infrared heat. A triple fusion of therapeutic experiences. Full body vibrational therapy increases blood circulation and reduces inflammation. Look at these beads moving from the powerful vibrational motors.
It's like 1,000 little fingers just vibrating my body from head to toe.
Infrared heat penetrates deep to reduce pain, soothe, and relax.
Remedy gets in there and helps deal with the source of the pain, so you feel much better.
The Ultra Shiatsu pillow with 6 infrared heated nodes mimics a professional massage. Plus, it's detachable for deep relief anywhere you need it.
It's just something that you're gonna have to feel for yourself.
Experience the true remedy for your pain and stiffness. Call now.
We remember Charlie Kirk, a champion for biblical values, liberty, and truth. His legacy of faith, courage, and conviction will continue to inspire for generations.
I'm Mike Gallagher in Salem News Channel studios, honoring, remembering, and just trying to make sense of the shocking assassination of Charlie Kirk, 31 years old, former President George W. Bush, issuing a statement, as many have done. President Bush wrote, "Today, a young man was murdered in cold blood while expressing his political views. It happened on a college campus where the open exchange of opposing ideas should be sacrosanct. Violence and vitriol must be purged from the public square. Members of other political parties are not our enemies. They are our fellow citizens. May God bless Charlie Kirk and his family, and may God guide America towards civility." I'm with Jeff Vaughn tonight, who's joining us from Los Angeles. Jeff, you suggested we should lean into some of the ugliness, some of the vitriol, and perhaps none of it is better exemplified than what MSNBC's Matthew Dowd said earlier tonight on MSNBC. And Jeff, it led to a rare apology pretty quickly, but nonetheless, MSNBC on their public relations site on X formally apologized. You want to get into this?
Yeah, I mean, I'm happy to talk about it because what he said, do you remember he said in that soundbite that led to them apologizing was that Charlie Kirk was somebody who delivered hate. And I don't...
Well, let's play that clip if we've got it. LA, this is MSNBC's Matthew Dowd with some reprehensible remarks as the news was unfolding of Charlie Kirk's assassination.
Then lead to hateful actions. And I think that's the environment we're in, that people just, you can't stop with these sort of awful thoughts you have and then saying these awful words and not expect awful actions to take place.
Matt,
and that's the unfortunate environment we're in.
Turning Point USA has confirmed that he was shot. And there are a number of...
MSNBC's public relations, Jeff, issued this statement. During our breaking news coverage of the shooting of Charlie Kirk, Matthew Dowd made comments that were inappropriate, insensitive, and unacceptable. We apologize for his statements, as has he. There is no place for violence in America, political or otherwise. Jeff, how do you receive that apology?
Well, I have to give MSNBC credit for doing that and for issuing a statement and an apology, because what Dowd said was completely wrong. Charlie was peaceful. He was the one that handed the other side the mic. He's the one that welcomed debate. He's the one that if you oppose me, I want to hear from you first. You can cut in line. There was nothing hateful about him. What was hateful is they had no answer to him, Mike. And so what did they do? They killed him. Plain and simple. The hate is on the other side. It's not on Charlie's side.
There's no question about it. I'm Mike Gallagher along with Jeff Vaughn. We're glad you're here, and we also welcome your input. I have a text line that I love to use, and as you're watching us from all over the country, if you want to send your comments, feel free to text us. It's 800-655-6453. That's our text line. And Jeff, that's something I've always done over the years, is kind of, it's like an instant focus group, great instant feedback from people who just, and everybody loves to text, and it's a way that you can let your voice be heard without having to actually be heard on a television network or a radio station and network. So feel free to text us. We will read your texts as time permits, but we would love to hear your voice, because America is grieving right now. The country is shattered over the murder, the senseless killing of this 31-year-old superstar, Charlie Kirk. So again, our text line is 800-655-MIKE, 800-655-6453. And feel free to share with us your comments, and I'll read some of your texts here on Salem News Channel. Jeff, there's no question. There are thousands and thousands of young people who really idolized Charlie, who looked up to him, who saw him as a role model, who are in deep, deep pain tonight.
Absolutely. And he went to those college campuses, Mike. And when he first started with Turning Point USA and he started to go to colleges, they were doing it in small venues. They were doing it in little auditoriums. And right away, they just weren't big enough. Those auditoriums that would hold 300-400 people, they couldn't contain all the people that wanted to see Charlie Kirk. So they took it outside, and that's what happened today. Is unfortunately, this was an outdoor area on campus, and as a result of him wanting to have more people involved and wanting to get more people involved and having a bigger debate with more people, he had to go outside.
No question, and there's just going to be a lot of scrutiny over the security, over what went wrong. It was reported that the sniper was 200 yards away. Coming up, my dear friend Mark Davis, legendary talk show host out of Dallas-Fort Worth, frequent appearer on Salem News Channel. Stay with us as our special coverage continues. Continuing tonight's coverage of the murder of Charlie Kirk, you know, somebody had posted somewhere, well, Charlie Kirk passed away. No, Charlie Kirk didn't pass away. He was murdered. He was shot. He was killed in Utah. Jeff Vaughn joins me here on Salem News Channel. Again, we're just all sort of in a state of shock, Jeff, and as family, we're reaching out to our other family members because we're grieving, we're hurting. Mark Davis is the legendary morning show host on 660 AM The Answer in Dallas-Fort Worth. Also, of course, seen frequently here on Salem News Channel. I join Mark every morning. We call it affectionately the M&M Experience at 7:35 Central Time. Mark, this is tough. This is a tough night, tough day, a tough chapter in American history. And I don't even know where to begin other than to tell you that I know you join me in expressing all of our prayers and our wishes for God's comfort and healing for the family of Charlie Kirk and for the millions of people who loved him.
It's all we can do. All we can do is reach out to the Lord that Charlie loved so much, the God, and to his son Jesus, whom Charlie brought to every single college campus. He brought it to Utah. He would have brought it to Berkeley. And there are people who liked it, and there are people not liked it, and Charlie would have treated them exactly the same. There are all kinds of people, especially in our conservative media environment, who have a lot of views and a lot of passions, and a lot of opinions, and they share them with great skill. But the thing that made Charlie singularly valuable is there he was at 31, with the power of his faith and his beliefs to bring people of his generation onto our side. And when I say our side, I don't just mean conservatism, but I mean the side that loves the Lord, the side that loves America, the side that knows how many genders there are. How many people are there in their 30s who have that kind of clarity, that kind of power? I've been listening to you guys and watching you guys. It's been such a great broadcast and such a great tribute. I know it'll continue to be. He is at the same time irreplaceable in a genuine sense. There will never be another Charlie Kirk. But as I heard Jeff invoke and as I've heard others say, maybe 1 million of them, maybe 1 million followers are born today. People who will, and they may not have radio shows or TV shows or platforms, but maybe on their campus, maybe in their job, maybe in their families, they will be a young voice, a Gen Z voice that says, you know what? I know God is in control. I know America is good. I know how many genders there are. I know we need borders. And with that, Charlie's legacy can live on.
And Jeff, I think you'd agree it's a legacy issue. This is something that Charlie Kirk is not going to be forgotten. In fact, Greg Gutfeld earlier tonight on Fox News on the 5 was very angry. He even dropped the F-bomb and said, if they think they're going to stop this movement, these voices, this entire mindset, they're sadly mistaken, Jeff.
Mark, I think we've definitely crossed the line here, and people are going to make a decision now. After what they've seen evil, they've seen hate, they've seen it directed towards Charlie Kirk in this way, and people are going to follow his ideals. They're going to see that he was right and they are wrong. And I think there are going to be people that are going to change as a result of this. I mean, we talked about when I was first in radio and working for a station that had Rush Limbaugh and not having any of this vitriol, not having any of these threats that we have now. Maybe this is something where people can get past it, and this evil act that happened could motivate people, those who are impressionable, those who are young like Charlie, who went to those college campuses, that can see this and can change. I'm not hopeful for others, though, because being out here in California, I can tell you, in the past, Gavin Newsom has said about the Republican Party, we need to punch those SOBs in the mouth. Maxine Waters, a congresswoman here in California, said we have to get more confrontational. So I don't think it's the old guard. I think it's going to be the new guard, if you will, that will maybe change sides because of this.
Do you want to know, Mark, tonight? I just saw a clip moments ago of an attempt to have a moment of silence on the floor of the House of Representatives.
I saw.
And the Democrats erupted and jeered and said, no, no, no. Mark, can you imagine?
I can't. I sadly can. I can imagine a country where hatred runs so deep and where the blood of this assassination today is at least partially on the hands of an entire political side of the debate in America that has said that people who believe what we all believe, and to make it about Charlie and to make it about all of us and to make it about the give or take half of America who believes conservative things. We are not just to be disagreed with. We are not to be debated with. We are to be pilloried. We are to be condemned as evil or stupid or both. And when you walk around in your political party saying that Trump is the next Hitler, and thus that those who believe in him and who advocate for his policies must be evil, then of course, if you are weak-minded or have a bent brain or a twisted soul, of course you might do something like this. Now, the responsibility surely, obviously, ultimately remains with the shooter, who I'd like to be found by the time I wake up in the morning, thank you. The ultimate responsibility lies with him. But there is an ancillary responsibility for an entire leftist political culture that has said for years that conservatism is not just something we disagree with, but those people are evil, those people are fascist, those people are Hitler. Anyone saying that carries a portion of the blame anytime something like this happens.
Mark Davis, we'll talk tomorrow morning, and I appreciate you always, and I treasure our friendship. The great Mark Davis, morning host on 660 AM, The Answer in Dallas. Jeff and I will continue. I'm Mike Gallagher in the Salem News Channel headquarters, mourning the political assassination of Charlie Kirk. Wednesday, September 10th, 2025. It is a tragic day, of course, for the conservative movement in America, as Charlie Kirk was assassinated today in Utah. Dark moment for America. I'm Mike Gallagher, along with Jeff Vaughn, who joins us from L.A. Jeff, I shared that I like these text messages because I appreciate people who watch us on Salem News Channel have a connection to our show. Georgia writes, "To those who were against Charlie, I say, in murdering an exceptional young man, you've created an eternal memory. You made him a martyr." From New Jersey, this text, "My heart goes out to Charlie's family, his wife, his children, his parents. I'm with you, Mike, that we are at a turning point right now in our country. We cannot remain sheepishly quiet, but be bold for our faith and convictions like Charlie. May his memory live on." I spoke to one of Salem's executives today, Jeff, and he passionately said to me, this is a clear confirmation that evil is all around us, but we must persevere. Yeah. If this was ever a reminder of what we're up against as a nation, this existential cultural fight between good and evil, this is it. And Jeff, we must never surrender.
And Charlie wouldn't have ever surrendered. You know, Charlie was everything that you said there, but he was also courageous and brave. If you take a look at his tweets leading up to today, there's one that I'm going to quote to you that I think is really interesting after what happened. He writes in a tweet on X, "Assassination culture is spreading on the left. 48% of liberals say it would be at least somewhat justified to murder Elon Musk. 55% said the same thing about Donald Trump." Charlie then went on to say the left is being whipped into a violent frenzy. Any setback, whether losing an election or losing a court case, justifies a maximally violent response. That's Charlie Kirk. He knew this. He was facing this, Mike, and he was brave and courageous, and he did it anyway, knowing what could happen. This is Trump derangement syndrome that has spilled over to people like Charlie Kirk.
The fearlessness that Charlie exhibited was even in evidence today in Utah when once again he walked onto a college campus, went into that tent and went one-on-one with anybody who disagreed with him because he welcomed the debate. He welcomed the disagreement. He welcomed the challenge that many college kids and people, frankly, from all ages would present before him, because he would refute them with facts, with truth, with logic, with compassion, and with clarity. And that's something that is, obviously shockingly missing right now in our discourse. We're going to continue all night long, and thank you for all the text messages we're receiving here at Salem News Channel. Our text line is open to you at 800-655-6453. We'll share your condolences with our audience as the texts arrive. Coming up, we're going to talk to Carl Jackson and a whole lot more, a lot of special guests coming your way. Stay with us. Our coverage of the assassination of Charlie Kirk continues here on Salem News Channel.
Who did you let down today? Your wife? Your kids? Well, how about yourself? Take a look in the mirror. If you're tired of your drug and alcohol problem, you need to fix the problem, and right now, before you hurt or kill yourself, or worse yet, somebody else. Call the addiction specialist now at the Reset Addiction Treatment Helpline. 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. We'll find you the right treatment regardless of your financial situation. When you call right now, you'll speak to a recovering addict who understands what you're going through right now. Let us help you break your addiction to drug and alcohol before it's too late. This call is completely confidential and free. So take 5 minutes of your time and call us right now. We're here answering the phone. I promise it'll change your life.
Call 800-839-1711. That's 800-839-1711. Again, 800-839-1711.
Start your day with Chris DeGaulle.
Oh, that's outrageous. Bernie Sanders is a joke.
Unfiltered truth.
They're a bunch of grifting old hillbillies.
Bold opinions.
You are not the media.
And the stories that matter. Watch the Chris DeGaulle Show weekdays at 6 a.m. on Salem News Channel.
From the SNC World Headquarters in New York, I'm Haley Carrillo, bringing you breaking news at this hour.
It's a tragic day for our nation. And I want to be very clear that this is a political assassination.
SNC host Charlie Kirk was fatally shot in the neck today at an event in Utah. He was 31 years old. Authorities say the shooter wore dark clothing and fired from a roof on campus some distance away. Authorities are now seeking a new person of interest, with no one currently in custody. Charlie Kirk was the CEO and co-founder of Turning Point USA, a conservative youth organization. Turning Point was founded in suburban Chicago in 2012 by a then 18-year-old Kirk. Kirk's appearance today at Utah Valley University was the first in a planned 15-event American comeback tour at universities around the country.
If you are a lover of liberty and free speech and conservative values, he was one of ours. He was a champion of everything we believe, so it's a devastating day.
In a social media post, President Trump's son says Kirk wasn't just a friend, but was like a little brother and a true inspiration. Donald Trump Jr. wrote that Charlie changed the direction of this nation. He said Kirk was civil and kind and listened and responded with respect.
Charlie inspired millions, and tonight all who knew him and loved him are united in shock and horror. Charlie was a patriot who devoted his life to the cause of open debate and the country that he loved so much, the United States of America. He fought for liberty, democracy, justice, and the American people.
Charlie Kirk was a host here on Salem News Channel. Stay with us as we bring you continued coverage, as we learn more on this developing story, and as we keep Charlie and his loved ones in our thoughts and prayers.
Whether because of discomfort, lack of mobility, your lifestyle, or occupation, you sit inactively way too many hours a day. Introducing Ellipse, the premium quality automatic seated exerciser that strengthens legs, increases mobility, and boosts circulation without physical strain or impact.
It is so quiet that none of my coworkers even know I'm using it.
Strengthen and tone your legs, increase your mobility, flexibility, and balance. Plus, stimulate healthy circulation.
My joints feel better, my knees feel better, my back feels better. It makes me feel stronger too.
Perfect for home therapy. Whisper quiet to use while you work.
My circulation is moving, I'm burning calories, and it makes me feel energetic.
Call now and order Ellipse, the seated exerciser that strengthens legs, increases mobility, and boosts circulation. Call and get upgraded to the Deluxe Bundle. Get the faster motor for 5 miles of steps per hour, the step counter, the sport mat, and wireless remote. Call now.
Our hearts are heavy here at Salem News Channel and Salem Media as we mourn the assassination of Charlie Kirk today on a college campus in Utah. Disbelief. People are heartbroken. There's a text from Virginia. Charlie was a true man of God, and I just knew God would show us one of his miracles. All of our prayers were so fervent, I know I can't ask why, and we often say that. I'm joined tonight by Jeff Vaughn in Los Angeles, and, the two of us, a couple of broadcasters just shaking our head in disbelief that we're here under these circumstances. It was pretty uplifting in a way to see even the sporting world mourn Charlie's passing, with the New York Yankees, of all places, Yankee Stadium, with a tremendous tribute to Charlie tonight and a moment of silence. At least normal people have a normal reaction to such a shocking, heartbreaking event.
Yeah, and I'm monitoring the Dodgers game here in Los Angeles, Mike. They're playing the Colorado Rockies, and I'm monitoring to see if they might do the same. I don't think that there's any connection that Charlie Kirk had to the Yankees. I don't know if he was a fan or not. I know that he has connections to Arizona.
Sure.
I think they did that out of the goodness of their hearts, and we'll see if that happens at other Major League ballparks here. The Dodgers are playing, as I mentioned, and I will monitor that and see if that happens. But to a bigger point, it's interesting how I think something like this, Mike, is going to resonate for quite some time. There are liberals now that I see on X, on social media, that are declaring that they can no longer be a part of that kind of thinking because of the response that they see that has occurred for what happened to Charlie. And that's out there. I mean, that is on full display. You go through X or any social media, and it's all about Charlie Kirk. And there's a lot of good and a lot of remembrances of him. And there's a lot of people saying how much that he impacted their lives. But there's that amount of people that are celebrating this, that are happy, that are following through on the evil, hateful rhetoric. And I think that that's another thing that we could talk about the things that may come from this. You're going to see more people, I think, more liberals that are disconnected from that party because of what has happened to Charlie.
Well, there's no question that the shockwaves reverberated throughout the White House. Earlier tonight on Salem News Channel, Larry Elder made the passionate point that Donald Trump wouldn't be in the Oval Office if it weren't for Charlie and the Turning Point USA efforts. Earlier tonight, President Trump spoke to the nation from the Oval Office, delivering a message of condolence and a dedication that the United States will go after all of those who perpetuate political violence, just like the political assassination that Charlie Kirk was a victim of today. Here's President Trump from the Oval Office.
Grief and anger at the heinous assassination of Charlie Kirk on a college campus in Utah. Charlie inspired millions, and tonight all who knew him and loved him are united in shock and horror. Charlie was a patriot who devoted his life to the cause of open debate and the country that he loved so much, the United States of America. He fought for liberty, democracy, justice, and the American people. He's a martyr for truth and freedom, and there's never been anyone who was so respected by youth. Charlie was also a man of deep, deep faith, and we take comfort in the knowledge that he is now at peace with God in heaven. Our prayers are with his wife, Erica, the two young, beloved children, and his entire family, who he loved more than anything in the world. We ask God to watch over them in this terrible hour of heartache and pain. This is a dark moment for America. Charlie Kirk traveled the nation, joyfully engaging with everyone interested in good faith debate. His mission was to bring young people into the political process, which he did better than anybody ever, to share his love of country and to spread the simple words of common sense. On campuses nationwide, he championed his ideas with courage, logic, humor, and grace. It's a long past time for all Americans and the media to confront the fact that violence and murder are the tragic consequence of demonizing those with whom you disagree day after day, year after year, in the most hateful and despicable way possible. For years, those on the radical left have compared wonderful Americans like Charlie to Nazis and the world's worst mass murderers and criminals. This kind of rhetoric is directly responsible for the terrorism that we're seeing in our country today, and it must stop right now. My administration will find each and every one of those who contributed to this atrocity and to other political violence, including the organizations that fund it and support it, as well as those who go after our judges, law enforcement officials, and everyone else who brings order to our country. From the attack on my life in Butler, Pennsylvania last year, which killed a husband and father, to the attacks on ICE agents, to the vicious murder of a healthcare executive in the streets of New York, to the shooting of House Majority Leader Steve Scalise and 3 others, radical left political violence has hurt too many innocent people and taken too many lives. Tonight, I ask all Americans to commit themselves to the American values for which Charlie Kirk lived and died, the values of free speech, citizenship, the rule of law, and the patriotic devotion and love of God. Charlie was the best of America, and the monster who attacked him was attacking our whole country. An assassin tried to silence him with a bullet, but he failed, because together we will ensure that his voice, his message, and his legacy will live on for countless generations to come. Today, because of this heinous act, Charlie's voice has become bigger and grander than ever before, and it's not even close. May God bless his memory, may God watch over his family, and may God bless the United States of America. Thank you.
President Donald J. Trump delivering an address from the Oval Office over the political assassination of Charlie Kirk. And, Jeff, it's true when you consider the shocking killing, the assassination, if you will, of the United Healthcare CEO, and a guy who now is lifted up by many on the left as some kind of a heroic figure, to the assassination attempt of President Trump in Butler, Pennsylvania, to today's event. We have to face the reality that political violence is very real. It is pervasive, and indeed it is being cheered by many, many on the left. Hard to escape that, isn't it, Jeff?
Well, Charlie Kirk's voice mattered, and that's why they stopped it. And I think it's really interesting, Mike, that President Trump is talking about God, because obviously that's what Charlie Kirk believed in. He had faith. And, you know, it's something of a journey myself. I mean, I'm not the best Christian. I don't go to church every single Sunday, but I do pray, and I'm God-fearing. And as I get older, I see the country getting farther and farther away from that, and I don't understand why. And Charlie was being successful in reaching out to young people, and to his credit, Mike, younger people are going to church. Last time I went to church, there were a lot more younger people than I remember. Charlie Kirk is the reason why. He's reaching out to the young people and offering up God, just like President Trump just did in that message. And just last week, you remember, Tim Kaine said, we don't get any rights from God, we get rights from government. So you see where this is going, where this has happened. That's the divide. I mean, I'm happy to say that I think that God is on Charlie Kirk's side, for sure. And it's on one side more than the other. It certainly seems to be.
And Charlie was certainly on God's side, because, in fact, I was going through Charlie's X account, and a few moments ago I reposted on my feed, which is at Gallagher Show on X, Charlie's post from August 17th, 2025, not very long ago, just a matter of weeks ago. Charlie posted a very simple message, a declaration. It's all about Jesus. Yep. Those were Charlie's words on a post on X on August the 17th, 2025. It's all about Jesus. Those of us who are believers, we know where Charlie is right now. It's small comfort right now to a grieving nation, but we do know. It should be massive comfort to all of us who know that he is right now in the loving arms of our Lord. Stay with us. The great Carl Jackson out of Orlando will join us, a frequent guest host on Salem News Channel. I'm Mike Gallagher along with Jeff Vaughn, and our tribute to Charlie Kirk continues.
only for night. ground.
The country is mourning the loss of Charlie Kirk, who was assassinated today on a college campus in Utah. I'm Mike Gallagher, along with Jeff Vaughn here on Salem News Channel. We are appreciating the many texts we're getting tonight from people mourning his assassination from all over the country. You can text us your comments at 800-655-6453 if you'd like to join us and weigh in on this horrific news. Here's a text from Chicago, where Charlie was from. He and his mom and dad, Charlie, an only child, and he formed, Turning Point USA, in the story goes, in his parents' garage. Chicago texts, Mike, I am 70 years old. I've admired Mr. Kirk from the time I first heard him years ago. He was the kind of man I wished I could be. His assassination has affected me deeply. I don't cry easily, but this has brought me to tears for not only his family, but also for our nation. Rest in peace, Charlie. God bless your family. Our nation will miss you. Been a lot of tears shed around here today, Jeff. And I know that Carl Jackson out of Orlando, the host of the Carl Jackson Show, is also mourning this loss. Carl, as we've all been kind of saying to one another here in the Salem media family, there was a very profound statement issued by our CEO, Dave Santrella, that I want to again read to the audience. But Carl, this feels like a bad dream. It feels like it doesn't feel like this has really happened, does it?
No, this is surreal. This is surreal. It's hard to believe. It's hard to wrap my mind around it that Charlie is actually gone, like so many others. I prayed fervently when I first heard the news. The news broke that he was shot. I hoped to God that he would survive, and unfortunately, he did not. I'm in shock. I'm not going to lie to you, Mike. I am in shock. I have gone through a plethora of emotions today. I used to be pretty ghetto fabulous too. My mindset was like, okay, well, we'll get them. And obviously my mind shifted because I am saved. I am a Christian. So God immediately removed those thoughts. And then just a feeling of sadness, a feeling of numbness. And it just still feels so surreal. It's hard to believe. But at the same time, he had such a major impact spiritually and politically in such a short period of time. I know that Jesus Christ, I know he's in the arms of Jesus Christ. That gives us some comfort as believers. I am praying for his wife and his two children, because obviously this is going to be and is absolutely devastating to them. But I can tell you, I believe he was received with open arms by Jesus Christ, where Jesus said, well done, thy good and faithful servant. What hadn't he accomplished at 31? And I'm not just talking about the political realm. I'm talking about the spiritual realm as well. When older men like me can look up to someone as young as Charlie Kirk and say, I just want to be 1/10 as effective as he is. That's a legacy worth having. It's hard to say this, but it's hard to imagine what else he could have done on this earth. I know no one wants to hear that. God knew the time that Charlie Kirk would leave us, even though it's hard for us to accept. But he lived every single moment of his life to a point where, obviously he just did an amazing job. And the left hates him. The left hated him, and yeah, I've posted some videos. I've got disgusting messages as well. But I got to be honest with you. I'm not deterred by that. I don't think the left understands that they didn't kill Charlie Kirk per se. They just duplicated Charlie Kirk. Right. Charlie Kirk went to campus after campus after campus, encouraging people and giving them the courage to stand up for what they believe in, stand up for what's innate, and that is the biblical truth, the biblical values, and the Judeo-Christian values, I believe, that are written on our hearts, as well as the values that found this country. And he gave them the permission to say, you know what? It's okay to love Jesus. You know what? It's okay to be Christian. And I think the left, and I'm assuming this shooter is a leftist, because frankly, I know the left doesn't want to admit it. And when I say the left, Mike, I mean the Democrat Party, too. I'm not playing these games anymore, pretending like the left is somehow divorced from the Democrat Party. They're a bunch of freaking leftists. It is a socialist party now, and they're a godless, morally bankrupt party. And that's why they hated Charlie Kirk. They hated Charlie Kirk because he was effective spiritually, and they hated him because he was effective politically. And they thought they would silence him. They thought they would censor him. But his legacy lives on. And I guarantee you, all they did today was duplicate Charlie Kirk. I guarantee you his legacy will move on. I guarantee you that as a result of this, you will see more, not fewer, activists on the right. We're not going to bow down to some punk behind sniper that had to sit 200 yards away in order to kill Charlie Kirk in public. I'm not gonna bow down to that. I'm not gonna bow down to that. So listen, kudos to Charlie Kirk. I hate that he's gone, but I am thoroughly impressed by what he was able to accomplish in 31 short years. Just absolutely amazing.
Jeff, it is kind of hard to believe. Carl mentions Charlie's youth. Next month, on October the 14th, he would have turned 32 years old. Isn't it just almost it's beyond astounding what this young man accomplished in his life. 31 years old, Jeff.
Wiser beyond his years, didn't go to college, probably too smart to go to college. That kid had a master's, an MBA, a PhD, all because he said he just read and was curious. And it's interesting that you mentioned that, gentlemen, because I just want to put some perspective into just how much he accomplished in those soon-to-be 32 years. He was on 3,500 high school and college campuses nationwide. He reached 250,000 student members with Turning Point USA, 450 full and part-time staff across the country. He had Students for Trump, activated hundreds of thousands of new college voters through 350 chapters on campuses in battleground states. That turned the tide for Trump in this last election. His social media reaches 100 million people per month. Axios has listed Charlie Kirk as one of the top 10 most engaged Twitter users in the world. It's amazing, it's astounding, and it's such a big loss. Nobody's going to be able to replace him, but I know that somebody, like what you said, Carl, has the vigor like you to carry the mantle and will not be deterred by what happened.
Well put. Carl Jackson, we appreciate your passion, your insight from Orlando. You keep fighting the good fight. It's good to see you, my friend, despite these awful, awful circumstances. Coming up, more Salem News Channel personalities will join us, including the host of That Kevin Show. Kevin McCullough will be with us in a little bit. We also want to share a heartbreaking post from Donald Trump Jr., who shares on social media how Charlie was really more like a little brother to him, and his heart is breaking as well. I'm Mike Gallagher, along with Jeff Vaughn. Salem News Channel's coverage of the assassination of Charlie Kirk continues. Stay with us.
And lay me down.
From the SNC Weather Center, I'm meteorologist Stephen Parr. Looking out across the country this evening, well, out in the Pacific, we've been keeping track of what was Hurricane Kiko, now down to post-tropical depression Kiko. It's traveled north of the island. It's going to continue getting off towards northwest and should not affect landfall. Back in the continental U.S., we've got scattered showers, thunderstorms across much of the country, still continuing even into this evening in the overnight hours from California up towards Montana and down through the Grand Tetons towards Salt Lake. Also scattered showers and thunderstorms in Arizona, New Mexico, Colorado, up to parts of Wyoming. We have more scattered showers and thunderstorms moving across South Texas, South Louisiana, and South Florida, with another round up into parts of the Carolinas and into the Delmarva Peninsula. In the middle part of the country, scattered showers and thunderstorms in Oklahoma, Kansas, Iowa, over towards Kentucky, Green Bay, and Upper Peninsula. For Salem News Channel, I'm meteorologist Stephen Parr.
Watch weather updates throughout the day on SNC.
We remember Charlie Kirk, a champion for biblical values, liberty, and truth. His legacy of faith, courage, and conviction will continue to inspire for generations.
Do you suffer in pain? Are you stiff, tense, or less active than before? Introducing the EasyWell Remedy Massage System that combines the incredible effects of vibrational therapy, targeted deep tissue shiatsu massage, plus soothing infrared heat. A triple fusion of therapeutic experiences. Full body vibrational therapy increases blood circulation and reduces inflammation. Look at these beads moving from the powerful vibrational motors.
It's like 1,000 little fingers just vibrating my body from head to toe.
Infrared heat penetrates deep to reduce pain, soothe, and relax.
Remedy gets in there and helps deal with the source of the pain, so you feel much better.
The Ultra Shiatsu pillow with 6 infrared heated nodes mimics a professional massage. Plus, it's detachable for deep relief anywhere you need it.
It's just something that you're gonna have to feel for yourself.
Experience the true remedy for your pain and stiffness. Call now.
Hugh Hewitt is on the mic. He's the coast-to-coast conservative voice America trusts. Smart, seasoned, and never afraid.
That's a bad idea. We can't trust the Chinese. What do you think?
Watch Hugh Hewitt on Salem News Channel.
I'm Mike Gallagher in Florida, along with Jeff Vaughn in California, as we continue our coverage of the assassination of Charlie Kirk, the founder of Turning Point USA. Just a shocking moment on the House floor today, as there was a request for prayer for Charlie and his family, a moment of silence, and the Democrats erupted with a just ridiculous opposition to praying for the family of Charlie Kirk. It's kind of defies explanation or belief, and there is a lot of a heartache. I mean, it's just heartbreaking to read Donald Trump Jr.'s post on X. There's no question, Jeff, that there were so many people so close to him who were close to President Trump. And to hear Don Jr.'s words, it's just hard to get through. But with your permission, I want to read the whole thing.
Yes, please.
And when I say it's hard, it's just emotional. Yeah. Don Jr., who really is not, this is not a guy that anybody would confuse with sort of a soy boy. This is not somebody who is a guy's guy. A hunter and a rugged individual. Don Jr. writes, "This isn't my strong suit, and I don't even know how to begin to put into words the loss I am feeling right now over the assassination of Charlie Kirk. Charlie wasn't just a friend. He was like a little brother to me and to millions of people around the world. He was a true inspiration. He was one of the most courageous, principled men I've ever known, and he lived every day with purpose. His faith in God was unshakable. His love for Erica was inspiring, and the way he adored and cared for his two beautiful kids showed the kind of man he truly was. Charlie dedicated his life to something bigger than himself. He fought tirelessly for this country and for the values that make America great and for the next generation. The impact he had on young people, reaching them in masses, giving them courage to stand up, to think for themselves, and to fight for freedom is immeasurable. There's no question that Charlie's work and his voice helped my father win the presidency. He changed the direction of our nation. He changed the direction of our nation. Charlie was never a threat to anyone, Don Jr. wrote. He was civil. He was kind. He listened and responded with respect. The only threat he ever posed was that he was incredibly effective. He was a powerful messenger of truth, and people heard that truth. That's what made him a target. This loss is absolutely devastating, not only for Erica and the kids, but for our country. We've lost a leader, a fighter, and a man whose character and conviction were rare, too rare. To think that his life was cut short by a brutal, heinous, evil act is beyond comprehension. Moments like this, he said, remind us just how fragile life is. We cannot wait to tell people how much they mean to us. We can't admire them in silence. Charlie knew he was loved, but I want to say it again. He was a brother to me, and I will carry that with me forever. This is an unimaginable loss for me, for his family, for everyone who loved him, and for America. Rest in peace, brother. You will be missed more than words can ever say, but your legacy will never be forgotten, and we will keep fighting the good fight. Jeff, that's tough, a tough loss for the Trump family, and tough for some fellow broadcasters. I want to share Megyn Kelly and Glenn Beck, who were visiting together. This went viral on social media earlier tonight as the emotions overcame both of them.
They're reporting that Charlie has died. That he's dead. At the age of 31. Which he would have to be if that video was real.
There's no way he survived that. The only good thing is, it had to have happened quickly.
Right. Right.
It is. It's so hard to hear that. And Jeff, look, that's a very real emotion. Many have seen the videos now that have been shared of when he was struck, and it is. All you can do is hope that our friend didn't suffer. All you can do is hope that our colleague didn't feel pain or suffering, because it was probably very, very quick.
And that he's in a better place now. You know that he had faith, and he's in a place where he can rest in peace. And that's the thing that I really need to underscore here, Mike, is when you see this outpouring, Don Jr. called him his little brother. Little brothers aren't a threat. That's right. What I can't wrap my head around.
No, it's hard. He's not only in a better place, but he is in the ultimate place. Good words, Jeff. Stick around. There's more coming up as we continue our tribute to Charlie Kirk. Kevin McCullough joins us from New York City next. Continuing Salem News Channel's coverage of the assassination of Charlie Kirk, 31 years old. He was killed today. He was assassinated. The shooter fired from a roof in what the Utah Department of Public Services is describing as a targeted attack against Charlie Kirk. Ominously, the shooter has not yet been apprehended, and we will be covering this all night long here on Salem News Channel, of course, all day tomorrow, beginning with Chris DeGaulle in the morning. Yours truly, I'll join you from 9 until noon Eastern. And then, of course, we will continue with the Charlie Kirk Show, with obviously somebody will be guest hosting. Obviously, all of us here at Salem Media are scrambling and gutted. We're just devastated at this horrific news out of Utah. I'm Mike Gallagher along with Jeff Vaughn, and we're joined by the host of That Kevin Show, heard weekends on Salem News Channel, a veteran broadcaster in New York City, the great Kevin McCullough. Kevin, it's painful to visit with friends tonight, and Jeff and I are colleagues, but you and I go way back, my friend, and this is a time, of course, that we all lean in to one another for strength and for guidance, because frankly, we're all feeling kind of lost at sea. We're all adrift tonight at this shocking event today.
I was reminded of all of that, Mike, of what you just said when Phil Boyce sent out an email to the talent of the company tonight. And I remember when Phil was considering Charlie Kirk as a future talent of the company, and he said, "What do you think of this guy?" And I said, "Phil, what's not to like about this guy? This guy is the hardest working, most enthusiastic, America first person that's ever been born. He outpaces President Trump in his belief in this country, and that's hard to do, but he does. And not only that, he couples it with this winsome belief in God. He couples it with this winsome belief in his fellow man. And I found it completely ironic and yet not surprising at all that the last question he took, doing what he loved, which was these open forums with college kids, was a question from a Mormon student who had a question about his commitment to Christianity and the student's commitment to Mormonism and the values of each and how they kind of slightly differed. And that conversation ended without anything different being accomplished. The Mormon didn't walk away going, "Oh, I'm going to be an evangelical now." And Charlie didn't give up and say, "Well, I'm going to become a Mormon." They had a disagreement. But the thing that I come back to is that this guy was willing to talk to anybody, and he was willing to talk to them anywhere about anything at any time, because he had a belief that if you had civil discourse, if you had conversation that was enabling and that it allowed people to be seen and heard, that eventually truth would win out. And I've talked in the last 3 hours with people that just met him within the last year at a rally or something, and they were weeping tonight. And people that have known him all the way back since he was like 18, 19 years old. And the story is the same. This man never changed. He never altered from that path of thinking, if we have civil discourse, if we can talk to those people that disagree with us, we can make headway. And it was that eternal optimism that I think he'll be remembered for.
Charlie, Jeff, you mentioned, Phil Boyce, one of the Salem executives. Our CEO, David Santrella, put out a statement hours ago, and I'd like to read it to our audience here. "It is with profound sorrow we mourn the tragic passing of Charlie Kirk following today's horrific assassination attack at Utah Valley University. This was a cowardly and vile act of violence carried out to silence one of America's boldest Christian conservative voices. Our hearts are shattered for Charlie's wife, family, friends, colleagues, and the countless people whose lives he touched through his words, his work, and his unwavering commitment to faith and country. Charlie was more than a broadcaster. He was a fearless defender of truth and a faithful servant of God. This assassination was not just an attack on Charlie. It was an attack on free speech and on the values Charlie championed every day. His absence leaves a tremendous void, but his legacy of faith, courage, and conviction will continue to inspire generations. Charlie's partnership with Salem Media was defined by his uncompromising defense of biblical values, liberty, and truth. He epitomized Salem's mission to impact lives and communities by amplifying truth, faith, and self-governance through media. We are blessed to have worked with such a man as Charlie and to have watched him grow into the legacy he became. Salem Media extends its most heartfelt condolences to the Kirk family, Charlie's friends, and the millions of Americans and people across the world who are grieving this senseless loss. Jeff, it is true. All of us feel privileged and blessed to have been able to know him and work with him.
And Kevin, I'm going to use some of your words, and I want to ask you a question. You described Charlie as being a hard worker, America first. You talked about he would talk to anybody at any time. I look at his Twitter feed, and he had recently tweeted that this to people. This was on a Sunday. He happened to be on Fox News, and he said, "Get married, have kids, leave a legacy, be courageous. Happy Sunday. God bless." And I'm in utter disbelief as to why anybody would target somebody like that. I don't know if you have an answer. I don't have an answer. But I just don't know if this is going to change anything. I hope that it will, but we've seen this before. They tried to assassinate Trump.
Yeah.
They shot Steve Scalise. I mean, will this do anything? Kevin?
Well, I think that President Trump said it well in his response tonight, that this just amplified everything that Charlie stood for to be even greater. And of course he would tweet something like that after concluding a Fox and Friends appearance on a very successful Sunday, because you know what the biggest joy of Charlie Kirk's life was? It wasn't being famous. It wasn't having 3,500 chapters of Turning Point. He loved all of this stuff. He was committed to it. Yeah. But the joy of his life was found in his wife and his kids. The joy of his life was in the balance of who he saw himself to be in the nature and person of Jesus Christ. The joy of his life was found in giving to others and helping others find truth and promising that he was going to keep telling that message. And at the end of the day, I think the thing that really strikes us about Charlie is that there's not an explainable, at least to the leftist mind, there's not an explainable end that you get to take home and put in your pocket.
Thank you, Kevin. Sorry, we're up against a break. Thank you, Kevin McCullough, host of That Kevin Show. Join him weekends on Salem News Channel. Mike Gallagher, Jeff Vaughn will continue. Stay with us.
Mind, there's not an explainable end that you get to take home and put in your pocket.
Thank you, Kevin. Sorry, we're up against a break. Thank you, Kevin McCullough, host of That Kevin Show. Join him weekends on Salem News Channel. Mike Gallagher, Jeff Vaughn will continue. Stay with us. After the fatal assassination of Charlie Kirk, the literal casualty, there was a work casualty, I guess you could say, already. MSNBC has reportedly fired Matthew Dowd, who is a political operative and a longtime Democrat strategist, and he went on air earlier tonight and said that Charlie Kirk was one of the most divisive figures pushing hate speech. I'm Mike Gallagher along with Jeff Vaughn. Jeff, I don't think that's surprising news if he was fired. They apologized earlier tonight, but evidently the blowback, the response was so intense that they thought it best to just give him his pink slip and terminate him altogether. Your reaction?
Yeah, as it should. I think that was a good move on MSNBC. I think that was the road that they needed to go down. It shows you just how connected people are and were to Charlie Kirk and to his movement, and how that will continue to resonate. You know, it's kind of interesting, Mike, as we go through, we're coming up on 2 hours together here, and the first few segments we talked about, this is going to lead to 1 million Charlie Kirks. This is going to galvanize his movement. He's going to be a martyr. And I believe that. I do believe that. But as we're getting into this and we're seeing people's reactions, and I'm starting to lose a little faith, because it's just, Kevin talked about, and you worked with him, Mike, you know what Charlie was like. He was a good person. He didn't deserve this. There was no reason for this to even happen. I guess I'm starting to feel like there's less and less faith in the other side now. And there's going to be people no matter what. I understand that. Jesus was the best of all of us, and he was crucified. But something is going on. There's a big disconnect. Something is really happening that is giving me pause to, it's going to have a chilling effect for some. There will be people in the public sphere that are going to be reluctant to go out and do these open events and these public events. I'm afraid to say that, but I think there will be a chilling effect as a result of this.
You mentioned knowing Charlie. I got a text from him when I, not long ago, was complimenting him on my show during my show, and he was listening, and he texted me. I was joking about how when he did those one-on-one sessions with college kids, how he always seemed to be, eating something or sucking on lozenges. And he texted me. He said, "Mike, thanks for the kind segment. And yes, I always have to have lozenges. LOL. I need to keep my voice." And I said, "Got it." It's surreal to even look at my phone and read texts from Charlie that were shared with me over the years. Yeah. He is never, ever, ever going to be replaced. He's going to continue to be in our hearts. We will continue all night long. We're with you until 1 a.m. Eastern Time. Mike Gallagher and Jeff Vaughn on Salem News Channel as we say goodbye to our friend and colleague Charlie Kirk, assassinated today at age 31.
This right here is confidence in a bottle.
It makes me feel so much more confident than I've ever felt.
They are some of the hottest videos on social media. Those videos claiming to instantly get rid of bags under your eyes. Annette Figueroa is here to tell us why she says this one is for real.
This one is for real, and I'm so excited. We even have a video, and all he uses is a small amount on a clean, dry face. And what it does is it tightens and lifts the appearance of bags underneath your eyes. And I did this to my father. We were at home, so we applied it to his under eye bags, and let me tell you, we were so excited. In under 10 minutes, they visibly disappeared from view, and now it is literally part of both of our daily routines. And not only does it work on the bags, it works on the appearance of crow's feet, fine lines, and wrinkles.
At our $14.95 price, it's the best way to try Plexiderm and see it work after your first application. Call the number on your screen.
Call 800-832-7865. Start your day with Chris DeGaulle.
Oh, that's outrageous. Bernie Sanders is a joke.
Unfiltered truth.
They're a bunch of grifting old hillbillies.
Bold opinions.
You are not the media.
And the stories that matter. Watch the Chris DeGaulle Show weekdays at 6 a.m. on Salem News Channel.
From the SNC World Headquarters in New York, I'm Haley Carrillo, bringing you breaking news at this hour.
It's a tragic day for our nation.
And I want to be very clear that this is a political assassination.
SNC host Charlie Kirk was fatally shot in the neck today at an event in Utah. He was 31 years old. Authorities say he was killed by a single shot in a targeted attack during an outdoor event at Utah Valley University. No one is in custody at this time, as authorities seek a new person of interest in the assassination. Police say the shooter wore dark clothing and fired from a roof on campus some distance away. Kirk's appearance today at Utah Valley University was the first in a planned 15-event American Comeback Tour at universities around the country. Charlie Kirk was the CEO and co-founder of Turning Point USA, a conservative youth organization. Turning Point was founded in suburban Chicago in 2012 by a then 18-year-old Kirk. Tonight, the Trump family remembers Charlie Kirk. In a social media post, President Trump's son, Don Jr., says Kirk wasn't just a friend, but was like a little brother and a true inspiration. First Lady Melania Trump posting on X, quote, "Charlie's children will be raised with stories instead of memories, photographs instead of laughter, and silence where their father's voice should have echoed. Charlie Kirk's life should serve as a symbolic reminder that compassionate awareness elevates family, love, and country." And President Donald Trump addressing the nation in this video.
Charlie inspired millions, and tonight all who knew him are united in shock and horror.
Charlie Kirk was a host here on Salem News Channel. Stay with us as we bring you continued coverage, as we learn more on this developing story, and as we keep Charlie and his loved ones in our thoughts and prayers.
Whether because of discomfort, lack of mobility, your lifestyle, or occupation, you sit inactively way too many hours a day. Introducing Ellipse, the premium quality automatic seated exerciser that strengthens legs, increases mobility, and boosts circulation without physical strain or impact.
It is so quiet that none of my coworkers even know I'm using it.
Strengthen and tone your legs, increase your mobility, flexibility, and balance. Plus, stimulate healthy circulation.
My joints feel better, my knees feel better, my back feels better. It makes me feel stronger too.
Perfect for home therapy. Whisper quiet to use while you work.
My circulation is moving, I'm burning calories, and it makes me feel energetic.
Call now and order Ellipse, the seated exerciser that strengthens legs, increases mobility, and boosts circulation. Call and get upgraded to the Deluxe Bundle. Get the faster motor or 5 miles of steps per hour, the step counter, the sport mat, and wireless remote. Call now.
Tonight, we bid farewell to a friend, a colleague, an inspiration to many, many people around the world, really, Charlie Kirk. I'm Mike Gallagher for Salem News Channel, along with Jeff Vaughn. Over at our sister company, townhall.com, Amy Curtis reported that Scott Jennings gave a touching eulogy of Charlie on CNN. Scott, of course, is a CNN contributor and also host of the Scott Jennings Show here on Salem Media and heard on hundreds of radio stations around the country. And Scott was kind enough to join us from his home. You of course, travel the country pretty rapidly in rapid-fire succession. You're back and forth, and you're on a plane, and you're off a plane, and you're able to join us here, Scott, under these awful, awful circumstances. All of us here at Salem seem to be saying the same thing tonight, Scott. This feels like a bad dream. Feels like something we can't wake up from. It's hard to believe this actually happened. Okay, so I guess we froze. We'll get his connection back here in just a moment. Scott, you with us?
Okay.
Oh, okay, we'll get him on the phone here in just a moment. Unfortunately, sometimes, and again, we're on the fly here with, we'll get him on the telephone and probably have a better connection. But Jeff, this does feel beyond surreal, doesn't it? And Scott earlier said that Charlie on CNN said he inspired all these kids to be involved in their country. It's unequivocally a good legacy. He was leading people. It took a lot of damn guts. When he took a stand on an issue, you could bet that people would move. Those are some of the ways that the great Scott Jennings eulogized the great Charlie Kirk.
Yeah, no, we are working right now, Mike, to get him back online, and when we do, we will certainly go back to Scott. He did mention, Mike, in that segment, I listened to it earlier, about just the utter disbelief that he has, and I have to share that. You know, the last segment we talked a little bit about, I think I'm going down that rabbit hole here on social media of just seeing all of those who are publicly celebrating the assassination of Charlie Kirk. If you go to Libs of TikTok, you will see that they are starting to out people, and their school teachers and their administrators and their professors and their people that are celebrating this, that are being outed. And it goes back to what Scott said. I'm like him. I'm in utter disbelief that this happened and for what the reason was.
Hard to believe. Scott Jennings, I think, is back with us now on the phone line. And Scott, we're again grateful that you could join us, even if the internet connection failed us. The phone line, good old-fashioned telephone line, would come through. We were sharing some of your condolences and the comments you gave earlier tonight on CNN. And as I was saying to you, it just feels surreal. This doesn't almost feel like it actually happened today. It's unthinkable, isn't it?
It really is. And, you know, I lived through it today on the air. My show comes on right after Charlie's, and at about 2:30, in the middle of it, we heard something had happened. And then by the time we got to the end of the show, it was confirmed that he'd been shot. By the time I got over to CNN, it was obvious that Charlie was in really bad shape. And then, of course, he was pronounced dead a few minutes later. So it was shocking to see it unfold in real time and to see the social media flowing in. And honestly, I just when I went on the air over at CNN, that's an audience that may not be as familiar with Charlie as we are at Salem and at Town Hall and other conservatives are. But I wanted the audience to know what a tremendous impact he has on the conservative movement. He obviously catches a lot of grief from the other side of the political aisle, but for conservatives, I called him a destination. Charlie Kirk is a destination for a lot of young conservatives. He was the reason they got interested in and involved in politics in the first place. Millions of people got interested in the future of their country because of Charlie Kirk, and that was a legacy, I think, and is a legacy that will endure for decades and decades.
Our friends in Atlanta just shared a clip with me from YouTube of Charlie going one-on-one with one of his skeptical, critical college kids. And it's a beautiful exchange. I'm going to share that a little bit later tonight, Scott. But in many ways, he was fearless. He went into the lion's den. He liked the debate. He invited the challenges. In fact, that's what he was doing today in Utah. He was in that familiar tent going one-on-one with people who wanted to challenge him. It is reported that a sniper from 200 yards away struck him with this assassination. And Scott, the cynic in me, the very dark side of me right now is saying this seems, 200 yards away, this is not some random, act. This was well thought out. The shooter is still on the loose. The manhunt is underway for the assassin of Charlie Kirk. But when I heard 200 yards, Scott, I don't know about you, but this sounds very, very sophisticated.
Well, I had the same thought. And, from the top of a building, there's video of someone on top of a building. I think the police confirmed today that it was done from that elevated position. The fact that they haven't found the person after these hours tells you that not only did they have a plan to commit the assassination, but they had a plan to escape. And this wasn't some random, crazy person who wandered up. This was a thought-out thing by someone who obviously knew what to do. And that
Scott,
takes your mind to all sorts of terrible places.
And Jeff, it's hard not to go to all kinds of terrible places, isn't it? Scott Jennings is with us, CNN contributor, Salem Radio Network host, joining us tonight on Salem News Channel. Jeff, your thoughts with Scott.
Well, Scott, I would like to ask you, how do you plan on going forward in, mixing it up and debating with the other side, if you will, as some of those will challenge what Charlie Kirk was and the movement that he started? How will you debate them after this?
Well, we already have started hearing people say really, really terrible things.
Yeah.
I saw J.B. Pritzker today, the governor of Illinois, immediately decided to blame Donald Trump. I was on CNN tonight. There was a fellow named Joe Walsh, a former congressman that was on. And, he gets on TV. This guy's, been shot. Our friend's been shot. He's just died. And, he's on TV talking about how divisive and, polarizing and controversial Charlie Kirk is. This is not the time for this. I warned everybody today, this is not the time for grinding political axes. This is the time for mourning. It's the time to remember, what was Charlie doing? What was his sin? Only to speak, to debate, to engage in rhetoric, political speech. That's the foundation of American political culture. And he was shot for it. And, I am fearful that the left is not going to be able to contain itself, and that's going to make these debates very difficult. You saw Matthew Dowd on MSNBC today. I think he may have already been fired by MSNBC for what he said as this unfolded. I fear, gentlemen, that we are going to see people on the left who are so broken right now not be able to contain themselves and continue to stoke up this hateful, nasty rhetoric. And why? Because Charlie was effective. He was a good debater. He was a good speaker. He was well-reasoned. He was moral. He was unapologetic in his views. He loved America. He leaned into his beliefs, and he showed up prepared to defend those beliefs. And there are some people that cannot stand it, and they take matters into their own hands with violence, and then they say terrible things in the aftermath of that violence. And I just hope and pray that people take a deep breath, put their phones down, and don't make this worse than it already is. And let me tell you, boys, it is absolutely a terrible day for the United States. Yeah.
It's a dark, dark day, and here's a display of unity that I wanted to share with both of you, and this perhaps is the way, and maybe, just maybe, we'll see more of this. There was a joint statement put out by the Young Democrats of Connecticut and the Connecticut Young Republicans. So you have the Young Republicans and the Young Democrats of Connecticut saying what happened at Utah Valley University this afternoon is unacceptable. We reject all forms of political violence. There is no place in our country for such acts, regardless of political disagreements. We are praying for Charlie Kirk, his family, and all those at Utah Valley University impacted by this horrible act as the community processes and recovers. Scott Jennings, to see a joint statement like that from the Young Democrats and the Young Republicans of Connecticut, that is the way, and that gives us some hope.
Absolutely, and that's what we all need to be aiming towards here over the next few days. Look, this isn't magically going to cause Republicans and Democrats to agree on many or any issues, but it should remind us all here that we're all part of one system in one country, and that is something I have feared about the left lately, and that is they've decided that the country is not worth saving in its current form, and therefore they're willing to take extreme measures. I saw Chris Murphy, senator, on television yesterday saying we're at war and you have to be prepared to do anything you need to do to win that war. I mean, this kind of rhetoric, this sort of mindset on the left. It's dangerous. It's very, very
dangerous. And we saw danger came to our country today. Scott Jennings, we welcome you to the Salem family. We're glad you could hop on with us tonight. Join Scott on hundreds of radio stations around the country. Thank you, Scott. Jeff and I, we'll all continue. Stay with us. Mike Gallagher with you along with Jeff Vaughn on this sad, sad Wednesday night. We appreciate you tuning in as we pay tribute to this powerful, powerful voice silenced by an assassin's bullet, Charlie Kirk, who was killed today, who was assassinated, clearly a political assassination. You know, Jeff, you mentioned some of the awful, ugly stuff that's being said. I'm almost afraid to go on social media. It can become such a cesspool.
Yeah.
I know there are lots of inspirational things being posted there, but it's all. I'm almost. I just rather want to avoid it. I just feel like there's so much sadness and so much anxiety right now in the country that it's kind of a difficult place to go, isn't it?
Indeed, and I think it's because we're forced to get onto social media. I don't usually get onto social media for this long of a time because of that very reason. But on a night like tonight, where there are a lot of people, that's the good, that are reaching out and supporting Charlie Kirk and his efforts and what he did, and they're mourning him, and you could see that, and saying exactly what we have been saying here on Salem News Channel about what he has done. The bad is you see people that are celebrating his death and celebrating and saying that he deserved it. And I can underscore that with a couple of things that I just saw, because Scott just mentioned that he had seen J.B. Pritzker basically blaming President Trump for this, right? Well, Senator Elizabeth Warren said, "Oh, please," in relation to questioning about Charlie Kirk's murder. She says, "Oh, please start with the president and the president of the United States and every ugly meme that he has posted." That's the ugly. But here's another part that is good. I just went through social media and saw that there is a vigil now in Seattle, of all places, of 300 people that are coming out in Westlake Park in downtown Seattle to remember Charlie Kirk.
Wow, that's powerful, because the truth of the matter is we always forget this in a moment of such tragedy and such heartache, but there is way more good than bad, and the prayers and the tears and the heartfelt condolences are being expressed from all over the country. This is a profound event, and I would say I'm trying to be as level-headed here as I can be. I'm emotional. I am heartbroken. I've been looking at my texts from Charlie all night tonight, just trying to relish the time we spent together on stage and off. And certainly there are people who were much closer to him than I was. But I'm trying to focus on the good, and I'd like to. I'd like to play this clip, and our friend Jonathan Bryant from Salem Media in Atlanta shared this with me, and it really captured the essence of Charlie's fearlessness in going onto a college campus and inviting debate. And this is what Charlie was all about, these viral videos that millions and millions of people have seen all over the world, where Charlie invites people who disagree with him to debate him, to stand at the microphone and ask him why he believes what he believes. Here is a perfect example of Charlie's legacy. Here is Charlie answering every question that a very skeptical, cynical, disbeliever of Charlie Kirk had to say to him.
Who are you? My name is Charlie Kirk, and I love America. Because I love talking with people I disagree with. Started an organization that's now on 1,000+ campuses to save the greatest culture and country ever to exist.
Is it necessary?
Well, considering I've been assaulted, followed, stalked, and had things thrown at me, the greatest protection I have is cameras. We record all of it so that we put on the internet so people can see these ideas collide. When people stop talking, that's when you get violence. That's when civil war happens. Because you start to think the other side is so evil and they lose their humanity. Marriages break apart when you stop talking, churches fall apart, and I think what makes this country on the verge of going to a place we don't want it to go right now is we're afraid to go to places like this and have these conversations. I'm not.
Wow,
that's
Jeff,
so powerful.
Isn't it's incredibly powerful. It's epic, because that was the essence of Charlie. He was fearless. He sought out challenging conversations, and for that he was despised. He was hated enough that an assassin decided to strike him down today.
Only because of his words and his communication. And he said it right there, Mike. That's the foundation of our country. Freedom of speech, the opportunity to debate. And not everybody has to agree with him. That's what I don't understand, is the people that disagree with him felt the need to kill him. That's something, it is elevated now to a level, Mike, that I just don't understand. You know, I've never seen this before. We've had an assassination attempt on President Trump. We had a successful assassination of Charlie Kirk. I mean, what is next? I know that you've heard Democrats say by any means necessary to push back, to go to the streets, to hit him in the mouth. I just got to think that this isn't going to go away. And it makes me sad. It really does, because I fear that's where we are.
It's anguishing. It's gut wrenching. I would say that I would only caution everybody who's got a social media account or anybody who's got any kind of a platform. You should be very, very cautious about the words that you use right now and the rhetoric. Already, there's been at least one job loss. MSNBC's Matthew Dowd was fired and very quickly for his comments disparaging Charlie, and they wasted no time firing him. They apologized. Rebecca Cutler, the president at MSNBC, announced that he has indeed been fired. We're getting a lot of text messages, Jeff, on our text line, which we appreciate. And if you're viewing us tonight for the first time, or if you're an old friend like this viewer is in California, we welcome you at 800-655-6453. We've been sharing your comments all night long. And this text from California: I feel like I lost a friend today. As a vital member of my Salem family, the channel I discovered about 18 months ago and I've been hooked to ever since, I feel now compelled to share this part of my recovery from depression. I wanted to totally give up hate and negativity of any kind, and be a captain of your own destiny, which is what Charlie Kirk embodied. That's a legacy. Here's Oklahoma, a text message from Oklahoma, Jeff. I feel like Charlie has stood as our modern day MLK Jr. He fought for the equality of the unborn, the protection of American lives, and the protection of our nation's fundamental values. I hope Trump makes his birthday a nationally celebrated day of remembrance. So the tributes are pouring in. Feel free to text us from wherever you may be watching us tonight. 800-655-6453 is our text line. 800-655-6453. Coming up, Congressman Jason Chaffetz was there in Utah today when Charlie was shot dead by an assassin's bullet. We'll play some of his comments as heard earlier tonight. And our friend and colleague Joey Hudson, Clemson University in South Carolina, hosted a private reception for Charlie that Joey was a part of. And Joey will reflect on the life and the legacy of this young man. Mike Gallagher and Jeff Vaughn on Salem News Channel, remembering the life, the legacy of Charlie Kirk. Stay with us.
From the SNC Weather Center, I'm meteorologist Stephen Parr. Looking out across the country this evening, well, out in the Pacific, we've been keeping track of what was Hurricane Kiko, now down to post-tropical depression Kiko. It's traveled north of the island. It's going to continue heading off towards the northwest and should not affect landfall. Back in the continental U.S., we've got scattered showers, thunderstorms across much of the country, still continuing even into this evening in the overnight hours from California up towards Montana and down through the Grand Tetons towards Salt Lake. Also scattered showers and thunderstorms in Arizona, New Mexico, Colorado, up to parts of Wyoming. We have more scattered showers and thunderstorms moving across South Texas, South Louisiana, and South Florida, with another round up into parts of the Carolinas and into the Delmarva Peninsula. In the middle part of the country, scattered showers and thunderstorms in Oklahoma, Kansas, Iowa, over towards Kentucky, Green Bay, and Upper Peninsula. For Salem News Channel, I'm meteorologist Stephen Parr.
Watch weather updates throughout the day on SNC.
We remember Charlie Kirk, a champion for biblical values, liberty, and truth. His legacy of faith, courage, and conviction will continue to inspire for generations.
Do you suffer in pain? Are you stiff, tense, or less active than before? Introducing the EasyWell Remedy Massage System that combines the incredible effects of vibrational therapy, targeted deep tissue shiatsu massage, plus soothing infrared heat. A triple fusion of therapeutic experiences. Full body vibrational therapy increases blood circulation and reduces inflammation. Look at these beads moving from the powerful vibrational motors.
It's like 1,000 little fingers just vibrating my body from head to toe.
Infrared heat penetrates deep to reduce pain, soothe, and relax.
Remedy gets in there and helps deal with the source of the pain, so you feel much better.
The Ultra Shiatsu pillow with 6 infrared heated nodes mimics a professional massage. Plus, it's detachable for deep relief anywhere you need it.
It's just something that you're gonna have to feel for yourself.
Experience the true remedy for your pain and stiffness. Call now.
Hugh Hewitt is on the mic. He's the coast-to-coast conservative voice America trusts. Smart, seasoned, and never afraid.
That's a bad idea. We can't trust the Chinese. What do you think?
Watch Hugh Hewitt on Salem News Channel.
Continuing our coverage of the assassination today of Charlie Kirk at 31 years of age. If you're just joining us, and you haven't heard, although I think the whole country is aware of this shocking act. And I'm Mike Gallagher along with Jeff Vaughn. We're going to be joined momentarily by our friend Joey Hudson in South Carolina. Jeff, you probably don't know this, but I started my career in South Carolina, and there was that's of course the home of the Clemson Tigers, which is a national powerhouse of college football. And not all that long ago, Clemson hosted a gathering, a private event in that Charlie was a part of, that Joey Hudson was as well. Of course, he's the early morning host on 98.9 WORD, which is our home as well in the upstate of South Carolina. Joey, thanks for joining Jeff and I tonight on this very, very somber, awful night, the assassination of Charlie Kirk. Tell us about the gathering at Clemson University, which Charlie told me about later. I know he loved every minute of it. Okay, we don't have Joey's audio yet, so we'll hopefully get Joey's audio here in just a moment. Joey, can you hear us?
Not quite yet.
Okay, so we'll try to reconnect with Joey here in just a moment and get his audio. But Jeff, it was a gathering, a private gathering that Charlie was invited to, and he happily accepted at Clemson University, which of course is the home of the Clemson Tigers.
Yes.
And it is a big deal there for Charlie Kirk to come to town, and they joked that Charlie was like the mayor of Clemson for a day because they loved him. And look, that's the kind of reaction he got from communities all over America.
Yeah, and you wonder why what happened today happened, right? I mean, that's something that you and I and people of this thinking will never understand. We know there's evil out there. We know there's people that are motivated to shut people up, and that's one thing that Charlie was effective. He was effective, and because of his message, that's why he was targeted. And
that's right.
That's something of a disconnect that I will never understand, hope to never understand it. And it's interesting that when we talk about this, we went to social media. I could tell you, Mike, there are some things that are trending on social media. I Am Charlie is a meme that's going out there right now in support of Charlie Kirk. And a lot of people are saying this is a turning point. Of course, taking a play on words of Charlie Kirk's Turning Point USA.
Well, I feel that way as well. Let's see, we got Joey back now with the audio. Joey, I was telling Jeff about the event at Clemson. That was a very big deal, and Charlie told me about it later, how much he enjoyed it. Tell us about that special gathering in Clemson, South Carolina, your stomping grounds there in the Palmetto State.
Well, Mike, you've been to many Clemson football games over the years, and you know the excitement that can build in Death Valley. Well, the excitement was the same for Charlie Kirk's event, one of his Turning Point USA events at Clemson then. But here's the thing. We reached out to Charlie, and this is the type of guy Charlie was. We reached out to him being his local radio affiliate, knowing that he had a big event going on with the students at Clemson, and said, hey, look, we have some listeners who love Charlie Kirk, any chance we might could do a pre-event for some of your radio listeners in upstate South Carolina. Charlie said, no problem. I'll be happy to. Mike, he came over. We got a room at one of the event centers. He came over and was in no hurry whatsoever to get out to go to his big event over at Clemson. Spent hours talking with local radio listeners, was not in a hurry to get out, and it was just very kind, like Charlie always was.
Jeff, that was the kind of, Charlie was a very down-to-earth guy, but make no mistake about it, at a very young age, he became really a household name. I mean, there are very few people in America that don't know who Charlie Kirk is. Every major media publication, from the New York Times to the Washington Post to Axios, routinely quoted Charlie, as because he became one of the most prominent conservative voices in America. I don't think you can overstate that, Jeff.
Yeah, I think very well might be a groundswell of more support. Joey, you could back me up on this, being close to the campus there, of just how much of an impact that Charlie Kirk made there with those young people.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, they loved him, and he really built a conservative movement on the campus of Clemson University. And those kids, to this day, and this was several years ago, some of them have gotten involved in local politics. Some of them have even run for office themselves, all because of the impact that Charlie Kirk and Turning Point USA had with them.
Our friend and colleague, Joey Hudson, joining us from the upstate of South Carolina. Joey, thank you for joining us during this very, very difficult night. Thank you, Joey. Jeff Vaughn and I will continue. I'm Mike Gallagher in the Salem News Channel studios. We are so glad that you could be with us tonight, because together as a family, we are mourning, we are grieving, and we're paying tribute to Charlie Kirk, assassinated today in Utah. Stay with us. Continuing our tribute to Charlie Kirk, who was assassinated today in Utah. I'm Mike Gallagher along with Jeff Vaughn. Jeff, we kind of pulled the curtain back a little bit to talk about Salem Media because, of course, Charlie was not only a cherished and really monumental part of the Salem Media organization with his very, very popular show. If you look at the backstory, back in November last year, Dennis Prager suffered a catastrophic fall at his home in California, which left him paralyzed. It was a devastating spinal injury. Charlie sort of inherited the show then from Dennis, as Dennis continues to recover from this debilitating injury, and of course with Dennis's blessing, and Charlie took over the show. Jeff, I think you'll appreciate this. Dennis Prager himself has issued a beautiful tribute to Charlie that he posted online. I'd like to read it. Yes. Because really, this is quite a story, isn't it? For to lose Dennis's voice and now lose Charlie's voice. I prayed today for, of course, the families and look for our chief executives and all the people in our company who are having to deal with sort of one calamity after another, on the business side and the real human side, because we're all hurting, we're grieving, and we're anguished. Here's what Dennis wrote at Dennis Prager on X, and of course Dennis, the founder of PragerU and a veteran Los Angeles personality, and I know you know him, Jeff, and appreciate and admire him as much as any of us. Here's what Dennis wrote: "As an American, as a Jew, and as Dennis, I'm devastated at the assassination of Charlie Kirk. The truth is, as I write these words, I can't believe I am writing them. I am in the denial stage of mourning," he writes. "As an American, we have lost the most articulate spokesman for America and its unique value system, a country founded to be free, based on Jerusalem and Athens, the Judeo-Christian value system and the Greek emphasis on logic and reason. Charlie was a uniquely gifted individual who, in his teens, created the largest movement of young Americans committed to preserving and growing America and its ideals. He tirelessly went from campus to campus, from Oxford to Utah, dialoguing with any student who wished to debate him, using his vast reservoir of facts and his exceptionally speedy and articulate mind. He gave them what seemed to be unlimited amounts of time and then calmly eviscerated all their anti-American, anti-Western, and anti-Judeo-Christian positions. I watched an inordinate number of those exchanges, and thank God that Charlie was there to do this work. America's youth in particular have lost a moral and intellectual leader, one who would perhaps have one day become their president." And then on a very personal note, Jeff, and this gets very painful to read, but I want to share it with you. "As Dennis," he says, "I've lost a very close friend. Charlie repeatedly visited me in the various hospitals that I have been in since November 12th of last year, when I suffered a catastrophic fall, which has left me paralyzed. When members of the nursing staff heard that Charlie Kirk was visiting me, my room became the most popular one in the hospital. Charlie brought me the manuscript of his forthcoming book, arguing that everyone, Christians as well as Jews, should observe Shabbat, the Jewish Sabbath, just as he and his family had begun to do from Friday, Sunday to Saturday sundown. It is a measure of our close relationship that he dedicated his book to me. His brilliant exposition of these arguments provide clear evidence for the non-necessity of a college education for most young Americans. My heart breaks for his young widow, Erica, and for his 2 children, who have lost as great a man and a father as children can have, and for Charlie, who did not live to see them grow up. For one of the first times in my 20 years with my wife, Sue, I have seen her sob uncontrollably. The Prager home is in deep mourning, as are the homes of countless Americans. The loss to us personally and to the country generally is immeasurable." Dennis Prager. Very powerful words, Jeff, from the great Dennis Prager.
And that's why it's so important tonight here on the Salem News Channel to remember Charlie, not just tonight, but as we continue here on this network and on the radio program. And does anybody know better about how to reach young people than Charlie Kirk and Dennis Prager. Dennis Prager, very influential with PragerU, maybe reaching younger children, younger adults than Charlie, and Charlie hitting those college campuses. And Dennis, I mean, they complemented each other so well with PragerU, reaching the children and then handing them off to Charlie in the college years. And then, of course, the Salem News people and the personalities and the talents here taking you on to adulthood. It's amazing that bridge that those two have and the kindred spirits that they are. And you can't help but just think about Dennis in this situation and how he's, handling this and mourning this, and our hearts and prayers go out to him as well.
I'm deeply touched by the text messages that we're receiving here in the Salem News Channel studios, and we invite you to join us as well as you're taking in our coverage of this horrific event. As we remember the legacy of Charlie and cover the assassination, which the assassin is still on the loose. There's a massive manhunt underway in Utah to find the person who reportedly shot and killed Charlie from 200 yards away. Clearly a high-powered rifle, and it sounds to me like a very professional assassination. But the text messages come pouring in at 800-655-6453, and a little nifty tip. It's 800-655-MIKE. Sorry, Jeff, we didn't have 800-655-Jeff in time tonight, so it's 800-655-MIKE if you want to share your thoughts and your memories and your condolences for Charlie's family. Virginia writes, while I didn't always agree with everything Charlie said, I respected his conviction and how he moved young people into politics. His death is a disgusting tragedy, and my condolences go out to his family. Sadly, it shows the dangerous path our country is on. We're silencing voices through intimidation, jail, or even assassinations. Violence is becoming a way to prove a point. Democracy is free thoughts and respectful debate. We are under attack, and we must wake up before it's too late. We're missing the whole picture. Thank you, Virginia, for your text. We will continue. Mike Gallagher and Jeff Vaughn with you on Salem News Channel as we continue this coverage of the assassination of Charlie Kirk in Utah. We hope you stay with us. Notable figures throughout the country are reacting to the assassination of Charlie Kirk. As we continue here on Salem News Channel with our extended coverage, I'm Mike Gallagher along with Jeff Vaughn. Jeff, the First Lady, Melania Trump, posted a statement that she just said it perfectly, Jeff, and let me share it. Charlie's children will be raised with stories instead of memories, photographs instead of laughter, and silence where their father's voice should have echoed. Charlie Kirk's life should serve as a symbolic reminder that compassionate awareness elevates family, love, and country. What a beautiful, beautiful set of comments, huh?
Yeah, and you know, this is all because of somebody's evil and hate on the other side that this happened, the assassination of Charlie Kirk, a Salem News Channel contributor, Salem News radio host, a beloved colleague here at Salem News Channel. And that evil is evident on social media. Libs of TikTok, you know what they do. And during this time, and this just happened a few hours ago, the murder of Charlie Kirk, and there is celebration online for his death. And libs of TikTok are calling out those people that are openly celebrating and then going to their LinkedIn pages and finding out where they work and then connecting those tweets on X to their workplace. And the disturbing trend is that it appears that there's a lot of teachers that are very happy about Charlie Kirk's death.
You know, you mentioned that earlier, Jeff. That's almost, that takes my breath away, Jeff. You mentioned that earlier, and it's hard to believe that that an influencer of young minds, a teacher, an educator, would act that demonic.
Yeah. Well, let me go through the list real quick, Mike. I thought we lost you there for a second, so I was rambling. But let me go. We got an assistant dean of students at a Tennessee university, a teacher in Ohio, a teacher in New Jersey, a pre-K teacher, a professor, an active duty member of the military, a Minnesota state senator, a middle school teacher in Florida, a teacher in Texas, a brewery in New Orleans, and a preschool teacher on libs of TikTok that are being called out for their hateful rhetoric and celebration of the death of Charlie Kirk.
That's just hard to believe. But nonetheless, maybe when you realize there's a GoFundMe account for the assassin, the killer of the United Healthcare CEO, when you see people celebrating the murder of Irina's the young woman from Ukraine, Irina. I mean, it's just maybe it's par for the course, but perhaps that will change. Stick around. There's more coming up. We have another hour to go as we continue our coverage on Salem News Channel. I'm Mike Gallagher along with Jeff Vaughn as we say goodbye to Charlie Kirk.
Who did you let down today? Your wife? Your kids? Well, how about yourself? Take a look in the mirror. If you're tired of your drug and alcohol problem, you need to fix the problem, and right now, before you hurt or kill yourself, or worse yet, somebody else. Call the addiction specialist now at the Reset Addiction Treatment Helpline. 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. We'll find you the right treatment regardless of your financial situation. When you call right now, you'll speak to a recovering addict who understands what you're going through right now. Let us help you break your addiction to drug and alcohol before it's too late. This call is completely confidential and free. So take 5 minutes of your time and call us right now. We're here answering the phone. I promise it'll change your life.
Call 800-839-1711. That's 800-839-1711. Again, 800-839-1711.
Start your day with Chris DeGaulle.
Oh, that's outrageous. Bernie Sanders is a joke.
Unfiltered truth.
They're a bunch of grifting old hillbillies.
Bold opinions.
You are not the media.
And the stories that matter. Watch the Chris DeGaulle Show weekdays at 6 a.m. on Salem News Channel.
From the SNC World Headquarters in New York, I'm Haley Correo, bringing you breaking news at this hour.
It's a tragic day for our nation.
And I want to be very clear that this is a political assassination.
Authorities say Charlie Kirk was killed with a single shot in a targeted attack at an event in Utah Wednesday. He was 31 years old. For those who frequent Salem News Channel, he was one of our own. Today, we and the rest of the nation and world mourn the loss of his life. No one is in custody at this time, as authorities seek a new person of interest in the assassination. Police say the shooter wore dark clothing and fired from a roof on campus some distance away. Kirk's appearance today at Utah Valley University was the first in a planned 15-event American Comeback Tour at universities around the country. Charlie Kirk was the CEO and co-founder of Turning Point USA, a conservative youth organization. Turning Point was founded in suburban Chicago in 2012 by a then 18-year-old Kirk.
If you are a lover of liberty and free speech and conservative values, he was one of ours. He was a champion of everything we believe, so it's a devastating day.
It's just sickening, it's inhumane, it's not okay. At the end of the day, he is a father, that is someone's son, and he is a husband. He is human too in the end of the day. You don't have to agree with what he says. You don't even have to like him as a person. At the end of the day, he is human too.
Charlie leaves behind his wife Erica and 2 young children. Stay with us here on Salem News Channel as we bring you continued coverage of the assassination of Charlie Kirk, and as we keep him and his family in our thoughts and prayers.
Whether because of discomfort, lack of mobility, your lifestyle, or occupation, you sit inactively way too many hours a day. Introducing Ellipse, the premium quality automatic seated exerciser that strengthens legs, increases mobility, and boosts circulation without physical strain or impact.
It is so quiet that none of my coworkers even know I'm using it.
Strengthen and tone your legs, increase your mobility, flexibility, and balance. Plus, stimulate healthy circulation.
My joints feel better, my knees feel better, my back feels better. It makes me feel stronger too.
Perfect for home therapy. Whisper quiet to use while you work.
My circulation is moving, I'm burning calories, and it makes me feel energetic.
Call now and order Ellipse, the seated exerciser that strengthens legs, increases mobility, and boosts circulation. Call and get upgraded to the Deluxe Bundle. Get the faster motor or 5 miles of steps per hour, the step counter, the sport mat, and wireless remote. Call now.
It's 12:06 a.m. on a Thursday morning on the East Coast, 9:06 p.m. on the West Coast, and the nation is reeling from the assassination of perhaps the most prominent conservative voice in America, a stalwart of Salem media, our colleague and our friend Charlie Kirk, who was assassinated around 12 noon Utah time yesterday on a college campus in Utah. Good morning. I'm Mike Gallagher in Florida. I'm joined by Jeff Vaughn in California. And from Florida to California, Jeff, Americans are heartbroken, are shedding tears, are anguished, are angry. It's the anger, I think, that worries me, Jeff, because a whole lot of people are very, very angry that this could have happened to this beloved young man named Charlie Kirk.
And the gunman is still out there. He's at large. Just to give our audience an update on that, there was initially a man that was detained. You might have seen that in some video, an older gentleman that was detained briefly. He was eliminated as a suspect, and then during a press conference, they made mention that they had a person of interest. And then Kash Patel, the FBI director, before we hit the air here a few hours ago, Mike, had mentioned that that person has been interrogated and released, and there is currently a manhunt going on right now for the killer of Charlie Kirk.
Well, make no mistake about it, this was a sophisticated act. If indeed the shooter was 200 yards away, and I've had a number of marksmen and people very familiar with weaponry who have acknowledged that was a sophisticated sniper. That's 2 football fields away. The videos are horrific to watch. Of course, there were a lot of cell phone cameras out at the moment that Charlie was struck. We, of course, will not show that on Salem News Channel. It is too horrible to air. It is heartbreaking to know that all those young people, thousands of them, were watching when Charlie was struck down. And Jeff, you think about it, 200 yards away, you've got to make all kinds of accommodations for the trajectory of the bullet that goes that far. And as Scott Jennings, who joined us earlier, pointed out, not only was the gunman sophisticated enough to strike his target from perhaps 200 yards away, but also had a planned escape. This person is still on the loose. I don't know about you, and you've been a broadcaster for a long time like me, Jeff. This sounds like a very intricate, sophisticated, professional hit.
Yeah, for sure. And not only that, but it was one shot, Mike. That's it. And right. That tells you there was somebody who was probably using a scope that was seeing that they did the damage that they did and thought that was enough to kill Charlie, and didn't follow up with a second shot, and probably cased this place out days ahead of time to escape undetected. In that press conference that was held earlier with law enforcement, they did talk about they got some images on closed caption television on campus, but it was just that of a figure wearing dark clothing. I mean, they're going to catch this guy for sure. They will. I have faith in law enforcement. They will find this person. But this shows and points to a professional doing this. We don't know what their political leanings are. We can guess, of course, because obviously Charlie Kirk, very involved in the political world, a conservative. Who would target him but somebody from the opposite side, somebody with evil and hate in their minds? And it's amazing, Mike, just 3,000 people were there at Utah Valley University. And this was one of those days that was just a beautiful day, the officials told us. Charlie had his own security there. That wasn't enough to save him. He took these events outside only because they grew too large to be inside. It's just such a devastating loss for his family and for Salem News Channel and for everybody that loved him and held him in high regard.
You mentioned law enforcement, and of course, we're all praying that law enforcement finds the killer. I know this has impacted the White House in a big way. I think it can be safely asserted that Charlie and his organization, Turning Point USA, were largely responsible for the election of President Trump. If it weren't for Charlie and Turning Point, I'm not sure that President Trump would have won. This has impacted President Trump and his family greatly. Don Jr. issued a very lengthy, heartfelt message on social media referring to Charlie as his little brother. But President Trump himself address the nation from the Oval Office, from behind the Resolute desk. That is the kind of significance and prominence that Charlie enjoyed. Here is President Trump's comment and his posted address to the American people earlier today.
To my great fellow Americans, I'm filled with grief and anger at the heinous assassination of Charlie Kirk on a college campus in Utah. Charlie inspired millions, and tonight all who knew him and loved him are united in shock and horror. Charlie was a patriot who devoted his life to the cause of open debate and the country that he loved so much, the United States of America. He fought for liberty, democracy, justice, and the American people. He's a martyr for truth and freedom, and there's never been anyone who was so respected by youth. Charlie was also a man of deep, deep faith, and we take comfort in the knowledge that he is now at peace with God in heaven. Our prayers are with his wife, Erica, the two young, beloved children, and his entire family, who he loved more than anything in the world. We ask God to watch over them in this terrible hour of heartache and pain. This is a dark moment for America. Charlie Kirk traveled the nation, joyfully engaging with everyone interested in good faith debate. His mission was to bring young people into the political process, which he did better than anybody ever, to share his love of country and to spread the simple words of common sense. On campuses nationwide, he championed his ideas with courage, logic, humor, and grace. It's a long past time for all Americans and the media to confront the fact that violence and murder are the tragic consequence of demonizing those with whom you disagree day after day, year after year, in the most hateful and despicable way possible. For years, those on the radical left have compared wonderful Americans like Charlie to Nazis and the world's worst mass murderers and criminals. This kind of rhetoric is directly responsible for the terrorism that we're seeing in our country today, and it must stop right now. My administration will find each and every one of those who contributed to this atrocity and to other political violence, including the organizations that fund it and support it, as well as those who go after our judges, law enforcement officials, and everyone else who brings order to our country. From the attack on my life in Butler, Pennsylvania last year, which killed a husband and father, to the attacks on ICE agents, to the vicious murder of a healthcare executive in the streets of New York, to the shooting of House Majority Leader Steve Scalise and 3 others, radical left political violence has hurt too many innocent people and taken too many lives. Tonight, I ask all Americans to commit themselves to the American values for which Charlie Kirk lived and died, the values of free speech, citizenship, the rule of law, and the patriotic devotion and love of God. Charlie was the best of America, and the monster who attacked him was attacking our whole country. An assassin tried to silence him with a bullet, but he failed, because together we will ensure that his voice, his message, and his legacy will live on for countless generations to come. Today, because of this heinous act, Charlie's voice has become bigger and grander than ever before, and it's not even close. May God bless his memory, may God watch over his family, and may God bless the United States of America. Thank you.
And Jeff, I know this might shock you, but the editorial board of the New York Times just posted a column that says, and I quote with the headline, "America mourns Charlie Kirk." Maybe there's hope yet. Stay with us. Jeff Vaughn, Mike Gallagher on Salem News Channel, and the assassination of Charlie Kirk. Our coverage continues. The manhunt is underway in Utah for the assassin of 31-year-old Charlie Kirk. Good morning. I'm Mike Gallagher, along with Jeff Vaughn here on Salem News Channel. Many thanks to all the texters who are expressing condolences to the Salem family, and of course, most importantly, to the family of Charlie, his young wife, his two little children, his mom and dad. I spoke to one of Charlie's mentors from Chicago earlier this evening, and Tom shared with me that his parents are on their way to Utah to be with their son. Jeff, I mentioned the New York Times editorial board. Let me just poke into this for just a moment, because, boy, this is fairly significant for the New York Times, of all places, to acknowledge the enormity of this tragedy. Again, headline in the New York Times by the editorial board: America mourns Charlie Kirk. They write, "The assassination of Charlie Kirk, the founder of a youth political movement that helped revolutionize modern conservatism at Utah Valley University on Wednesday, is a tragedy. His killing is also part of a horrifying wave of political violence in America." Maybe one of the few times I think you and I would agree with the New York Times, Jeff. But on the other hand, did you see Senator Elizabeth Warren and what she said to reporters when she was asked if she's willing to tone down the rhetoric in America? Did you see that ghastly response? She, of course, as you know, Jeff, blamed President Trump.
Yeah.
I mean,
well, putting that aside and talking about the New York Times, that just goes to show you that Charlie Kirk changed minds. He changed a lot for a lot of people. He changed minds. He brought truth. He allowed debate. And the New York Times is now coming around. That's what Charlie did. You know, I was so jealous, Mike, when I would listen to Charlie Kirk, because he was just so whip smart. He knew the Constitution. He was like a modern day founding father. And I was always so jealous of just how he had the Constitution down, memorized.
Right.
Everything that he debated on, he was prepared to debate. And it's not really so much jealousy as I was so taken aback by somebody that was just, and in awe of just somebody that was had all of those facts and was the way that he was. And again, going back to it, he changed a lot of minds, and he seems like he might be changing the New York Times' mind.
Perhaps, maybe, as his namesake organization put it, this will be a turning point in America. We can only hope, we can only pray, because this isn't sustainable. This kind of political violence cannot continue, and a lot of people are going to have to stand up on the left. People who don't agree with Charlie, who didn't agree with Charlie's points of view, they're going to have to stand up and condemn this, just like tonight the young Democrats of Connecticut and the young Republicans of Connecticut issued a joint statement condemning the horrific bloodshed. You know, this hit the Trump family hard. Charlie was a good friend of, in particular, Donald Trump Jr., but also President Trump himself. Laura Trump was on with Jesse Waters earlier on Fox News Channel, and she shared how devastated the Trump family is over the assassination of their dear friend, Charlie Kirk.
I mean, devastating, Jesse. You know, I think the entire country feels the pain of this. We're all heartbroken. And I'll tell you, for those of us in the Trump family, I don't think we realize truly how raw what happened on July 13th of last year still kind of was for all of us. I can tell you, when I heard this news, I felt almost the exact same way as I did in the moments after we saw my father-in-law get shot on stage in Butler. It's devastating, obviously, because we lost a great human being in Charlie Kirk. But I think it's also devastating because, to your point in your intro, if we are not able to have conversations about the hard topics in America, if we aren't able to freely speak our mind, then what kind of country are we at the end of the day? Can we even call ourselves the United States of America again anymore? You know, Charlie Kirk, I think all of us in our family have known for almost a decade. This was a person who was bold and brave and unafraid to speak his mind.
He was bold, unafraid. The word that I continue to think about is fearless. There was a fearlessness, Jeff, to this young man who bravely and courageously and boldly would walk onto a college campus and say, basically, bring it on, bring it on. Can we play that clip, L.A., of Charlie, the YouTube clip that we have that was forwarded to us by our friends in Atlanta, of Charlie going one-on-one? This was legendary, the way Charlie would debate college kids. And here was a skeptical, cynical person, a college age, who was challenging Charlie and saying, who are you? What are you? What do you represent? And Charlie, with a smile on his face, had a ready answer for all of it. Here it is.
Who are you? My name is Charlie Kirk, and I love America. Because I love talking with people I disagree with. Started an organization that's now in 1,000+ campuses to save the greatest culture and country ever to exist.
Is it necessary?
Well, considering I've been assaulted, followed, stalked, and had things thrown at me, the greatest protection I have is cameras. We record all of it so that we put on the internet so people can see these ideas collide. When people stop talking, that's when you get violence. That's when civil war happens. Because you start to think the other side is so evil and they lose their humanity. Marriages break apart when you stop talking, churches fall apart. And I think what makes this country on the verge of going to a place we don't want it to go right now is we're afraid to go to places like this and have these conversations. I'm not.
Jeff, that's chilling. It just gives me goosebumps to think about. First of all, he knew the risks.
Yeah. Because
let's be very transparent here. Charlie had a tremendous security team around him. They were no slouches. Now, many have pointed out, a lot of experts that we've analyzed tonight and watched and listened to have said a sniper from 200 yards away, very difficult to prevent that kind of assassination. But make no mistake, Charlie was very, very blessed to be surrounded by some of the best security people in the country. And Jeff, I know they're just hurting tonight too. They must be devastated that the young man that they were there to protect lost his life today on this college campus.
And a family lost a father, and his wife lost a husband, and there's a family grieving, and Salem News Channel is grieving because he's one of your talents here on this network and on radio.
Correct.
And what he said, Mike, when people stop talking, then there's civil war.
That's right.
We're on the verge of that right now, he said. So if we can take anything, a little solace to what happened is Charlie knew the dangers, and he did it anyway. And we have to know that despite knowing all of those dangers, that's what he wanted to do.
Yes,
and it's cliche,
yes.
but he did die doing what he loved.
Here's a beautiful text from Chicago. A beautiful light has left this world. Rest in peace, Charlie. Shalom Shabbat. Thank you, Chicago. You can text us at 800-655-6453. Mike Gallagher and Jeff Vaughn with you. Our coverage of the assassination of Charlie Kirk continues.
From the SNC Weather Center, I'm meteorologist Clay Osterley. Look out for a chance of some thunderstorms today across portions of the Pacific Northwest, extending down to Nevada and the eastern side of California. That'll include some of the Sierra Nevada mountains as well. And we'll also see a chance of thunderstorms extending from the Four Corners region up to the Midwest and the Northern Plains. We could see some thunderstorms in an isolated manner that could produce a little bit of severe weather. Wind and hail will be your main threats out of that. Billings, Montana, over to Fargo, Bismarck, North Dakota, down to Rapid City, extending all the way down into just east of Salt Lake City and across the Denver metro area as well. There's 3 areas across the country that we're looking for some heavier rainfall potential. Eastern side of Oregon, the western and southwestern side of the Colorado Rockies, and also across South Florida for today. We could also see a couple of thunderstorms from Memphis down to Jackson and Chattanooga. I'm meteorologist meteorologist Clay Osterley.
7 million strong, unfiltered, unstoppable, unmatched. Mike Gallagher, the voice that America leans on.
We're absolutely entering into Crazyville.
Don't miss the Mike Gallagher Show. Mandatory, magnetic, Mike.
If you've been in an accident that wasn't your fault, well, your favorite attorney has a message for you. Collision, calamity, catastrophe? Are you innocent, faultless, above reproach? If you want money, you need an attorney. You need a bulldog. But finding one, it's laborious, it's strenuous, it's stupefying. That's why you gotta call the number on your screen now. They'll help you connect to a legal expert. You have questions, they have answers. They know the legalese, the lingo, the jargon, and the argot. They'll even tell you how much money your case could be worth. $300,000, $2 million, $86,491, all sorts of numbers. Slip and falls, work accidents, car, truck, bus, motorcycle, motorbike, e-bike, tandem bike. These bulldogs will make sure people pay. And if you don't get paid, the attorneys don't get paid, and I don't get paid. So I compel you, I implore you, I beseech you to pick up that phone and call now to see what your case could be worth.
800-903-2094.
Hugh Hewitt is on the mic. He's the coast-to-coast conservative voice America trusts. Smart, seasoned, and never afraid.
That's a bad idea. We can't trust the Chinese. What do you think?
Watch Hugh Hewitt on Salem News Channel.
I'm Mike Gallagher along with Jeff Vaughn on Salem News Channel as we continue our coverage of the assassination of Charlie Kirk. A lot of beautiful commentary coming in from our text line, and we invite you to join us as you're watching us from all over the country. In fact, here's a funny text from Dallas or from San Antonio, Texas. Jeff, is that for real? From the New York Times? People can't believe it. I mean, I'm kind of dumbfounded. Incidentally, I'm very, very pleased to share that we're going to have, of course, wall-to-wall coverage tomorrow on the Salem News Channel, beginning at 6 a.m., of course, with Chris Stegall. I will be along at 9 a.m. Eastern Time, and I'm very, very pleased to share that the CEO, the Chief Executive Officer of Salem Media, the big boss, if you will, David Santrella, is going to join me at 11:05 tomorrow morning to share his thoughts. He worked very, very closely with Charlie and his team. Charlie, of course, Jeff, was an integral part of the Salem family. And, you know, right now we're all so numb and we're shaken. As a company and as a family, we're worried and praying for Erica and the children and Charlie's mom and dad, and of course. But this is a big impactful blow for our company because, frankly, you have somebody with the presence of Charlie Kirk as a part of your lineup and he gets struck down by an assassin's bullet, that is a very big deal. And in fact, I've been trying to think, Jeff, this is really almost unprecedented. You know, you and I are also radio guys, and I've been around long enough to remember the murder of Alan Berg. He was a Denver, Colorado talk show host who was shot dead, and that his life and death became the basis for a play and a movie starring Eric Bogosian called Talk Radio.
Talk Radio.
Talk Radio. You remember that? But that was. But a true story, you know, a talk show host. But look, it's been many, many years. That was, I think, in the 70s, if I'm not mistaken.
Jock era, right? If I recall.
Yeah. Well, he was an acerbic guy, and you know, and was confronted by a crazed listener who shot him dead. But look, it's been many, many years. I've been trying to rack my brain tonight. I can't think of many, you know, media personalities gunned down like this here in the United States. This is the kind of thing that you hear of in Mexico, maybe, or you know, with the drug cartels or something. But here in America, it's a new This is a new chapter for us, and a very dark chapter, Jeff.
Yeah, and Charlie transcended radio. He was a cultural figure, a cultural icon, a political touchstone for conservatives, and you know, a voice for young people that really wasn't there, Mike, before. I mean, typically young people, and they still are to some degree, are the ones that really stay home on election day. They don't go out to vote.
Right.
It's less than 50% that actually go out
That's right.
and vote.
That's right.
But Charlie energized them to the point that Trump in his reelection saw record numbers of young people. That's because of Charlie and his outreach.
That's right.
It's 100% because of Charlie. I call him a modern day founding father. I mean, he knew everything frontwards and backwards, and young people were impressed by that, and they followed that, and they went to the polls because of that.
You mentioned libs of TikTok. They are flagging people who are celebrating Charlie's assassination. Already a media figure, speaking of people in the media, one figure has been fired, Matthew Dowd, and what a sad, twisted road he was on. He was a Bushy. He was a Republican, strategist who worked with Bush Cheney, and he became one of those hateful never Trumpers. He's a guy that had turned against Trump, as some Republicans have done. And Matthew Dowd made some despicable comments earlier tonight on MSNBC, and it was announced that MSNBC promptly fired him after they apologized for his reprehensible remarks of Charlie Kirk. This is what my friend Mark Davis says all the time, Jeff. You'll appreciate this. Trump derangement syndrome makes nice people mean and makes smart people dumb.
Well, maybe Jen Psaki will be the next, because she came out and said, related to the assassination of Charlie Kirk, I quote, "A lot coming from one side related to hate, and one particular building." She meant the White House.
More coming up. Salem News Channel's coverage of the assassination of Charlie Kirk. With me, I'm Mike Gallagher, along with Jeff Vaughn. Stay with us. Along with Jeff Vaughn. Stay with us. I want to quickly acknowledge and thank the crew in Los Angeles from Salem News Channel and everybody at Salem News Channel who sort of sprung into action tonight. First of all, it's what we have to do, even when it's one of our own. And everybody out there, Rick and all of the guys, Zach, thank you for the job well done. And of course, to all the Salem News Channel folks, Taman and Garrett Shawley and Adam Dozier, all of them putting all this together. And Jeff Vaughn, may I, Mike Gallagher, say to you, it's been a real privilege to work with you tonight. I hate, of course, the circumstance that brought us together, but it has been an honor to be able to get through this terrible night with you, a real pro. And so thank you for spending hours with us tonight on Salem News Channel. Again, this coverage will continue for days and weeks. Jeff, this is almost comical were it not so tragic. Yeah. But this is almost humor that Charlie himself would appreciate. Do you know how everybody was shocked that the New York Times posted an article with the headline, "America Mourns Charlie Kirk"? Are you ready for this? I see that you're sitting down.
I am.
I'm glad you're sitting down. Maybe this won't surprise you. They changed the headline. It was too much for the New York Times. I kid you not. Don't worry, I'm sure you'll hear all about this tomorrow, but America Mourns Charlie Kirk was too controversial for the New York Times. They changed the headline to, and thanks to Tom Tradup, one of our network executives, for making us aware of this, the headline now reads, "Charlie Kirk's Horrific Killing and America's Worsening Political Violence." So America Mourns Charlie Kirk, Jeff Vaughn, was clearly a bridge too far, a headline for the New York Times.
Well, they probably had an internal mutiny from their staff, and they probably had all of their readers that called in and complained, and they collapsed. But it's not a surprise, because just hours earlier, the New York Times had this title on one of their stories. I quote the headline: "Charlie Kirk, right-wing force and a close Trump ally, dies at 31. They misspelled murdered.
Yeah, dies. He passed away. Dies. Yeah. By the way, another, of course, I want to be sure we tip the hat to our Tampa, Florida-based crew here, who obviously put in tons of hours. Robert Haley, who's our engineer extraordinaire. Zuli, who came in, Zulamar, to make some graphics. And, of course, my producer, Tracy Stockwell. We're all, working well into the night to make sure that we provide as quality a coverage as we can. And thanks to everybody from around the country who continues to text us on the text line, because we do appreciate that feedback. 800-655-MIKE is the text number if you want to give us your comments as you're watching us tonight on Salem News Channel, 800-655-6453. Jeff, I want to share former Congressman Jason Chaffetz, who, of course, was at apparently the event today where Charlie was killed. Jason is now a Fox News contributor, and he shared his thoughts on this horrific event on Fox News.
Yeah, and today was actually the start of his American Comeback Tour. He was kicking that off today at Utah Valley University, and he's become famous online for when he does these. These are when he sets those tables up and has his Prove Me Wrong table. We've seen Charlie Kirk be so willing to debate anybody, anywhere, anytime in a common professional manner and talk about any topics that sometimes are a little uncomfortable for people. So he was kicking that off at Utah Valley University today. We've got Jason Chaffetz on the phone. Jason, we were reading some of your social media posts. You were there. You witnessed this. What happened?
Well, it's a good crowd. A lot of people were chanting his name. I was there. My daughter was there. Son-in-law was there. My wife was there. I mean, Charlie Kirk coming to town. We were excited, and people were there, and there were lots of them. And he came out. He was throwing hats, riling up the crowd. He took his first question, which was, I have to catch my breath trying to run into the house here. Take your time. He took a first question, which was a religious question. And then he got to the second question, which was about 30 minutes into his presentation, 2:30 local time, and the question was about transgender shooters, mass killings, versus people that weren't transgender. And when that happened, when that question came out, and he's going to have the interaction, one shot. I was watching Charlie. I can't say that I saw blood. I can't say that I saw him get hit, but I did see him fall immediately backwards into his left. And I can just hope and pray that somehow he survived that.
My God, we're all praying. He's married to his wife, Erica, for 4 years now. Jason, obviously, you're visibly very emotional, obviously, having just witnessed this. Married to Erica for 4 years, 2 children, a son and a daughter. All we can do is pray right now until we get an update on what exactly happened here and his condition, although there are reports that he was ushered off by his security team and if shot, obviously hoping he's getting immediate medical help. There are obviously, Jason, starting to be some pictures emerging online of the moment when this happened. There are even some photos of a man who was hauled off after this happened. So we're waiting on details and facts as this story develops. But we know Charlie. We've seen and heard from him many times over the years. He's been a very present conservative through the Trump movement, leading students. And to your point, Jason, you said he came to town. We came to listen. He has an enormous following and so many supporters that obviously would be praying for him right now, Jason.
Well, I traded text messages with him. I traded text messages with him ahead of time, and I said, "Hey, Charlie, I hope they get a chance to see you. Our family would like to see you again, and we still want to see him again." So he said he was going to go for a few hours, and maybe we could see him afterwards. But
just a horrifying report from Jason Chaffetz, the former congressman who was at the event today, and you could hear how distraught he sounded. And of course, at that time, there were prayers that Charlie would survive. Sadly, he did not. We're going to continue with the Salem News Channel's coverage of the assassination of Charlie Kirk here on Salem News Channel. Don't go away. I'm Mike Gallagher along with Jeff Vaughn. We appreciate you tuning in to Salem News Channel as we cover the assassination of Charlie Kirk. Jeff, I think we should end our coverage tonight, and of course we'll only be away for a few short hours, and we will pick it up again early in the morning. But we should end with where we go from here. I'll start with you. Where do you think this country goes from here? We've talked about this turning point. We've talked about this crossroads. We've talked about this watershed moment. Jeff, where do you think we go from here as a country?
Well, Mike, thank you so much. I'm happy to answer that. I don't know that I can predict where it's going to go. I'm not somebody to tell the left what to do. Over the course of my life, I've voted for Republicans and I voted for Democrats, and I'm not in a position now to vote for as many Democrats as I used to because I'm just not aligned with them anymore. So I don't know that I can say where they're going to go from here. But I can tell you, Mike, that where I hope we go from here is that it's a sad day for sure. We lost somebody who I hope his spirit will carry on. Charlie Kirk was a bright, shining light, and he motivated millions of young people. And I believe those millions of young people will carry on his legacy.
Amen.
I don't look up to too many young people. As you get older, Mike, I know that you understand that you look to the younger generation. Sometimes, you shake your head. You don't know what they're doing. He's much younger than me, and I admired him because he was so dialed in. This is what he meant to do. This is what God put him here to do. And so I hope, and what I want, is for this to be a galvanizing moment for his cause, and that it's carried forward, and that people will take the mantle and will continue to live in his spirit.
Amen. And I would only echo that sentiment that may a million or more Charlie Kirks emerge from this awful, catastrophic event. May people remember his legacy, because this really must not be the end. Yeah. This has to be the beginning of the legacy that Charlie Kirk has left behind. They're not going to succeed in silencing his message, his voice, his spirit. They have made it better for everybody to be bold and courageous as he was, and be fearless, to stand up for what you believe in, to be able to disagree without violence, to be able to hash out differences, and maybe, just maybe, we will see some reconciliation in this country between the forces that are so diametrically opposed. On behalf of all of us at Salem Media, thank you for joining us for our extended coverage. Jeff Vaughn, thank you for being there all night with us.
Thank you, Mike.
Again, we begin and resume at 6 a.m., you bet, with Chris Stegall. I'll be back at 9 a.m. Eastern, and again, we'll have wall-to-wall coverage here on Salem News Channel, the death of this superstar, Charlie Kirk. God bless America. I'm Mike Gallagher.
From the SNC World Headquarters in New York, I'm Haley Carrillo, bringing you breaking news at this hour.
It's a tragic day for our nation. And I want to be very clear that this is a political assassination.
SNC host Charlie Kirk was fatally shot in the neck today at an event in Utah. He was 31 years old. Authorities say he was killed by a single shot in a targeted attack during an outdoor event at Utah Valley University. No one is in custody at this time, as authorities seek a new person of interest in the assassination. Police say the shooter wore dark clothing and fired from a roof on campus some distance away. Kirk's appearance today at Utah Valley University was the first in a planned 15-event American Comeback Tour at universities around the country. Charlie Kirk was the CEO and co-founder of Turning Point USA, a conservative youth organization. Turning Point was founded in suburban Chicago in 2012 by a then 18-year-old Kirk. Tonight, the Trump family remembers Charlie Kirk. In a social media post, President Trump's son, Don Jr., says Kirk wasn't just a friend, but was like a little brother and a true inspiration. First Lady Melania Trump posting on X, quote, "Charlie's children will be raised with stories instead of memories, photographs instead of laughter, and silence where their father's voice should have echoed. Charlie Kirk's life should serve as a symbolic reminder that compassionate awareness elevates family, love, and country." And President Donald Trump addressing the nation in this video.
Charlie inspired millions, and tonight all who knew him and loved him are united in shock and horror.
Charlie Kirk was a host here on Salem News Channel. Stay with us as we bring you continued coverage, as we learn more on this developing story, and as we keep Charlie and his loved ones in our thoughts and prayers.
Start your day with Chris DeGaulle.
Oh, that's outrageous. Bernie Sanders is a joke.
Unfiltered truth.
They're a bunch of grifting old hillbillies.
Bold opinions.
You are not the media.
And the stories that matter. Watch the Chris DeGaulle Show weekdays at 6 a.m. on Salem News Channel.
You're watching Salem News Channel. This hour brought to you by ReliefFactor.com. Feel the difference.
Welcome to townhall.com. In-depth reporting by award-winning journalists. You can expect the truth every time.
Notice how they keep saying almost certainly? That's because, well, it's true.
Townhall.com is a community that shares your values. Plus, you'll have access to 6 additional websites and hundreds of commentators by subscribing to townhall.com today. Support free speech and join the fight for truth at townhall.com.
Good evening and welcome to Salem News Channel's special coverage of the assassination of Charlie Kirk, a beloved figure in this country. I'd like to start tonight. I'm Mike Gallagher in our Salem News Channel studios. We'll be joined in a moment by Jeff Vaughn, SNC contributor. We have an evening scheduled of special guests. We have a lot of memories, sights, sounds, images of this young man who did so much to impact the culture, this young man who single-handedly, it is believed, shaped the presidency. President Trump himself would acknowledge that Charlie Kirk and Turning Point USA, one of the most influential movements in America. Charlie, of course, was a Salem media fixture, and all of us at Salem News Channel and Salem Media are in a bit of a state of shock tonight as we mourn this extraordinary event. It was cold-blooded murder in front of thousands of horrified college students in Utah. It was a political assassination. There's no question about it. And it is something for which America will never forget. Allow me to read a statement from Salem Media and our president, David Santrella, who hours ago issued the following statement. "It is with profound sorrow we mourn the tragic passing of Charlie Kirk following today's horrific assassination attack at Utah Valley University. This was a cowardly and vile act of violence carried out to silence one of America's boldest Christian conservative voices. Our hearts are shattered for Charlie's wife, family, friends, colleagues, and the countless people whose lives he touched through his words, his work, and his unwavering commitment to faith and country. Charlie was more than a broadcaster. He was a fearless defender of truth and a faithful servant of God. This assassination was not just an attack on Charlie, it was an attack on free speech and on the values Charlie championed every day. His absence leaves a tremendous void, but his legacy of faith, courage, and conviction will continue to inspire generations. Mr. Centrella's statement goes on to say Charlie's partnership with Salem Media was defined by his uncompromising defense of biblical values, liberty, and truth. He epitomized Salem's mission to impact lives and communities by amplifying truth, faith, and self-governance through media. We are blessed to have worked with such a man as Charlie and to have watched him grow into the legacy he became. Salem Media extends its most heartfelt condolences to the Kirk family, Charlie's friends, and the millions of Americans and people across the world who are grieving this senseless loss. Those are the words of Dave Centrella, our president, CEO. I want to bring into our conversation tonight Jeff Vaughn, who's an SNC contributor who joins us live from Los Angeles. Jeff, it's been said on social media tonight quite often that today 1 million new Charlie Kirks were created. Do you share that sentiment, my friend?
I do, my friend, and I worry on the drive here today. I was thinking, Mike, about who's going to take Charlie's place. And for a time there, I was worried about that because, I mean, he is irreplaceable. And there will be nobody like Charlie Kirk. But there will be somebody that will take his place and take the mantle and continue the conservative values, the values that he holds, being a Christian and a family man, holding debate, wanting to follow those values of a Christian life. He often said his most important thing in his world was to get married and to have kids, and he was on his way with 2 kids, and that's makes it all the more sad to understand that he left behind a wife, a beautiful wife, Erica, and his 2 beautiful daughters. And but to your point, Mike, this is the Rubicon, and they crossed it. And I think it's going to galvanize a lot of young people on the right. You know, you mentioned how important he was to the Trump campaign, not only in this last go-around, but back in 2016. And certainly this last time for the re-election of President Trump, he can look to Charlie Kirk and how he motivated young people, because we know that Trump brought more young people to the polls than ever before. And that's a pretty big deal when it comes to conservative values. And Charlie Kirk was in there mixing it up with those young people every day and changing minds, and especially with young men, and changing their values. And there will be somebody that will rise up, and more people, to your point, Mike, will follow as a result of this. That's maybe the one thing that's maybe the one good thing that'll come from this. If you have to, and I think it's too early to think about good things because this just happened, and I'm stunned as you are. But I think that is the one thing that we could look forward to.
And Jeff, you're right. Family was everything. And just a quick minor correction, Charlie leaves behind a boy and a girl, 2 young children, a daughter born in 2022, a son born in May of 2024. So you have a 1- and 3-year-old pair of children who are going to grow up without their beloved father. Of course, we're grieving for Erica, his beautiful and talented and effervescent wife. We're grieving for his parents. Charlie was an only child. And his mom and dad, I am told, are of course headed to Utah to be reunited with their son, who was so brutally shot today. It's a lot of ugliness out there, and my inclination as the longtime host of a show on this network and in this platform is to try to avoid as much of the ugliness tonight as possible. We're going to unfold a lot of this tonight. MSNBC was forced to issue an apology for the reprehensible comments of one Matthew Dowd, who went way over the top. We'll tackle all of that as well. And as the evening unfolds, Jeff, we're going to talk to a lot of Salem News Channel personalities and Salem Radio Network personalities as well. Chris Stegall, who has become just a wildly popular morning host. We had a little bit of a lineup change last year when Hugh Hewitt, who was the longtime morning host on Salem, moved to afternoons to replace Dr. Sebastian Gorka, who, of course, took a position as deputy to the president and counterterrorism in the Trump administration. So Hugh moved to afternoons. Chris Stegall from Philly and Kansas City moved into the network morning show, and you see him every morning here on Salem News Channel right before my show at 9 a.m. So Chris joins you every morning from 6 to 9 a.m. Later this hour, we're going to talk to a beloved talk show host in the Dallas-Fort Worth area and a very dear friend of mine, Mark Davis. It's going to be very hard for me because this is an emotional night, Jeff, for all of us at Salem. And Mark is a dear friend of mine. But right now, we need friends. We need family. We need to be together during this awful, awful time. Carl Jackson will join us later tonight. He's a Christian, a conservative, host of the Carl Jackson Show, seen often on Salem News Channel. And we just have a lot of special guests tonight. SNC in LA, I wonder if you've got these cuts. I'd like to play, if we could, cut number 1. This is the governor of Utah, Governor Spencer J. Cox. There have been a lot of interesting moments from politicians and even sports figures as well. In fact, the New York Yankees paid a moment of silence before the game tonight. The New York Yankees, with a giant image of Charlie on the big screen, a classy move by the New York Yankees organization in New York City, of all places. Laura Trump also reacting to the devastating news she was on earlier tonight. So we got a lot of things we'll share